Why you can't truly multitask, only switch tasks faster. You probably believe you have done it hundreds of times. You are answering messages while listening to a podcast. You are eating lunch while checking emails. You are studying while music plays and notifications keep popping up on your phone. It feels productive. It even feels impressive. Some people proudly call themselves amazing multitaskers, as if it is a hidden superpower. But what if that feeling is completely fake? What if your brain has been fooling you every single time? Here is the strange part. Your brain is incredibly powerful, but it has one frustrating limitation that almost nobody likes to admit. It cannot fully focus on two demanding mental tasks at the same time. It does not matter how intelligent you are. It does not matter how experienced you are. Even people with exceptional memory and fast thinking run into the exact same wall. The brain creates the illusion of multitasking, but underneath that illusion something very different is happening. Imagine watching a tennis match where one player has to sprint from one side of the court to the other without stopping. If you speed up the video enough, it almost looks like the player is in two places at once. But they are not. They are simply moving so quickly that your eyes struggle to notice the gaps. Your brain works in almost the same way. Instead of doing two difficult things together, it rapidly jumps back and forth between them. Every jump is tiny, sometimes only a fraction of a second. But every jump comes with a cost. That cost is invisible, which is exactly why so many people never notice it. Think about the last time you were writing something important. Right in the middle of a sentence your phone buzzed. You looked at the notification for just a few seconds. Maybe you replied with only a few words. Then you returned to your work. It felt harmless. But when you came back, you probably had to reread the previous sentence. Maybe you forgot the exact point you wanted to make. Maybe your concentration felt weaker than before. That tiny interruption forced your brain to rebuild the mental picture it had already created. Scientists call this task switching. Every time your attention changes direction, your brain has to stop one mental process and restart another. It sounds simple, but inside your head it is surprisingly expensive. Different networks in the brain become active depending on what you are doing. Reading uses one pattern. Solving a math problem uses another. Planning your day uses another. Every switch means those networks have to reorganize themselves before you can continue thinking effectively. Now imagine doing that not once, but hundreds of times every single day. Every notification, every quick glance at social media, every moment you jump between browser tabs, every time you tell yourself this will only take a second. Those seconds slowly pile up into lost focus that you never even realize you sacrificed. This is why people often finish a busy day feeling exhausted without accomplishing as much as they expected. They confuse constant movement with meaningful progress. The brain has been running a marathon of switching instead of spending enough uninterrupted time solving one important problem. What makes this even stranger is that the faster you switch, the more convincing the illusion becomes. Some people really are faster than others. Their brains recover from interruptions more quickly. They rebuild context faster. They make fewer mistakes during each switch. But even these people are still switching. They are not performing true multitasking. They have simply become more efficient at paying the hidden cost. Think about an air traffic controller. They appear to manage dozens of airplanes at once. In reality, they are constantly shifting attention from one aircraft to another in an incredibly organized sequence. Their skill comes from controlling the order of attention, not splitting it into multiple pieces. Your own brain follows the same rule. There is another reason this illusion is so convincing. The brain loves familiar habits. If one task becomes almost automatic, it no longer demands much conscious attention. Walking while talking feels easy because walking has become deeply practiced. Driving on a quiet road while having a conversation can feel manageable because many driving actions have become automatic for experienced drivers. But introduce an unexpected obstacle on the road and watch what happens. The conversation instantly stops. Without even realizing it, your brain pulls almost all available attention toward the more demanding task. That moment reveals the truth. The attention was never fully shared. It was simply borrowed until something more important demanded it back. This explains why texting while driving is so dangerous. Many people believe they can handle both because they have done it before without crashing. But the danger does not come from doing two things equally. It comes from switching attention at exactly the wrong moment. A child steps into the street. A car brakes suddenly. Those lost fractions of a second become the difference between safety and disaster. The same pattern appears in everyday life. Students jump between homework and social media, believing they are staying connected while studying. Workers bounce between meetings, emails, and messages, believing they are staying productive. Parents cook dinner while answering work notifications, believing they are saving time. Yet the quality of every task quietly drops because attention keeps getting sliced into smaller and smaller pieces. The most fascinating part is that your brain actually rewards this behavior. Every new notification brings uncertainty. Every message could contain something exciting. That tiny burst of curiosity releases chemicals that make checking your phone feel satisfying. Your brain begins chasing novelty instead of depth. Over time, focusing on one difficult task for 30 uninterrupted minutes starts to feel uncomfortable, even though that is exactly when your best thinking usually happens. This is why silence can feel strangely difficult. Not because your brain has become weaker, but because it has become addicted to switching. The real measure of intelligence is not how many things you can juggle at once. It is how long you can protect your attention from being pulled apart. Deep thinking, creative breakthroughs, and meaningful learning almost always require sustained focus. They demand that the brain stay with one problem long enough to build connections that constant switching keeps interrupting. So the next time someone proudly says they are an excellent multitasker, remember what is actually happening inside the human brain. They are not breaking the limits of intelligence. They are simply moving between tasks so quickly that even they cannot see the invisible price they are paying. The brain can confidently remember events that never happened. Close your eyes for a second and think about your favorite childhood memory. Maybe it is a birthday party. Maybe it is your first day at school. Maybe it is a family vacation that still feels incredibly vivid. You can almost see the colors. You can hear the voices. You can even remember how the air felt against your skin. It feels real because your mind plays it back like a recording. But here is the unsettling question. What if part of that memory never actually happened? What if your brain quietly rewrote the story years ago and you have believed the new version ever since? That sounds impossible because memory feels like evidence. We trust it more than almost anything else. We make decisions because of it. We judge people because of it. We build our identity around it. Every time someone asks who you are, The answer comes from the collection of memories stored inside your mind. So discovering that those memories can change without your permission is one of the strangest limits of human intelligence. Most people imagine the brain as a giant library where every experience is carefully stored forever. You walk through the shelves, pull out the correct file, and replay exactly what happened. It is a comforting idea, but it is completely wrong. Your brain is much more like a storyteller than a librarian. Every time you remember something, your brain rebuilds that memory from scattered pieces. It fills in missing details. It smooths over gaps. It connects events into a story that makes sense. Most of the time, it does this so well that you never notice anything has changed. Imagine reading your favorite book over and over again. But every time you finish it, someone secretly edits a few sentences before putting it back on the shelf. The changes are tiny. A different expression, a missing detail, a slightly altered ending. After enough rereads, the new version becomes the only version you remember. Your brain treats memories in a surprisingly similar way. Every act of remembering is also an act of rewriting. Scientists discovered something remarkable while studying eyewitness testimony. People who witnessed the exact same event often gave completely different descriptions. Even stranger, simply changing the wording of a question could alter what people later remembered. If someone was asked how fast the cars were going when they smashed into each other, they were more likely to remember broken glass than people who were asked how fast the cars were going when they bumped into each other. The single word smashed encouraged the brain to reconstruct a more dramatic scene, even when no broken glass had ever existed. Think about how unsettling that really is. Your memory does not only record reality, it can also absorb suggestions, expectations, emotions, and repeated stories until they feel just as real as genuine experiences. This is one reason family gatherings become so fascinating. Someone tells an old story. Another person remembers it differently. A third person adds a detail that nobody questions. Years later, everyone agrees that the added detail happened, even if it never did. Nobody is lying. Nobody is trying to deceive anyone. Their brains have simply merged imagination with memory until the difference disappears. This happens because memory was never designed to be perfect. It was designed to help you survive. The brain cares more about creating useful predictions than preserving flawless historical records. It asks what probably happened based on everything it already knows. If there are gaps, it fills them automatically. Most of the time, this shortcut works incredibly well. It allows you to think quickly without storing every tiny detail of every moment you have ever lived. But the same shortcut also creates false memories. Children are especially vulnerable because their brains are still learning how to separate imagination from experience. If they repeatedly hear a detailed story about an event, they may eventually believe they personally lived through it. Adults are not immune either. Repeated conversations, emotional experiences, photographs, and even dreams can slowly blend into real memories until the distinction disappears completely. Have you ever argued with someone about something both of you clearly remember, yet your versions are completely different? Both of you feel absolutely certain. Both of you would bet money on your memory being correct. Yet one of you must be wrong, and sometimes both of you are partly wrong. Confidence and accuracy are not the same thing. The brain can produce extraordinary certainty even when the memory itself has been quietly rewritten many times. This explains why honest people sometimes give inaccurate testimony. It explains why siblings remember the same childhood in completely different ways. It explains why old friendships occasionally fall apart over events that neither person remembers accurately. The problem is not intelligence. It is the architecture of the human brain itself. The strangest part is that every time you recall an important memory, you open it for editing again. Scientists describe this as reconsolidation. Once a memory becomes active, it briefly enters a flexible state before being stored again. During that window, new emotions, new information, and even small misunderstandings can become woven into the original experience. In other words, remembering is not simply looking into the past. It is also quietly reshaping it. That means the story you tell about your life today is not exactly the same story your brain stored years ago. It has been revised over and over again. Some edits make painful memories easier to live with. Some strengthen meaningful moments. Others create details that never existed at all. Without realizing it, your mind becomes both the author and the editor of your personal history. This realization can feel uncomfortable, but it also reveals something beautiful. Your memories are not cold recordings trapped in time. They are living parts of you that continue evolving as you grow. The same event can gain new meaning as your perspective changes. A painful experience might later become a source of wisdom. A forgotten conversation might suddenly feel important years later. The facts may stay close to reality, but the emotional story keeps changing. So the next time you say, "I remember it perfectly," pause for just a moment. Your confidence may feel unshakable. The images in your mind may seem crystal clear. But hidden beneath that certainty is one of the most fascinating limits of human intelligence. The brain does not simply remember the past. It quietly recreates it every single time you look back. Your mind can only hold about 4 things at once. Right now, without grabbing your phone or writing anything down, try to keep 7 random things in your head at the same time. Imagine a red bicycle, a pineapple, a house key, a candle, a mountain, a cup of coffee. At first it seems possible, but wait just a few seconds. Suddenly one image starts fading. Another becomes blurry. You have to mentally repeat the list just to stop it from falling apart. It feels as if your brain is leaking information. That strange feeling is not your imagination. It is one of the most surprising limits of human intelligence. Most of us grow up believing the brain is almost limitless. We hear stories about geniuses who memorize thousands of digits or entire books. We assume our own minds are like giant warehouses filled with endless storage space. But there is one part of the brain that is shockingly small. It is called working memory, and it is responsible for holding information that you are actively using right now. This is the mental workspace where you solve problems, make decisions, follow conversations, and connect ideas together. Surprisingly, that workspace is far more cramped than almost anyone realizes. For years, people believed the average person could hold about 7 pieces of information in working memory. That idea became famous and was repeated everywhere. But later research painted a very different picture. When scientists carefully separated true memory from clever mental tricks, they found that most people can actively hold only about 4 meaningful pieces of information at once. Not 40, not 20. Around 4. That number sounds almost ridiculous until you begin noticing it in everyday life. Think about the last time someone gave you a long list of instructions. Go upstairs. Grab the charger. Bring the notebook. Turn off the fan. Check the mailbox. By the time you reach the stairs, you are already asking yourself what was the third thing again. You are not distracted because you are careless. Your brain has simply reached its temporary limit. Imagine trying to juggle 4 balls. At first it demands complete attention. Now someone throws in a 5th ball without warning. You do not suddenly become a bad juggler. You simply run out of capacity. Something has to fall. Working memory behaves in almost the same way. Every new piece of information competes for limited space. Once that space is full, older information starts disappearing unless you actively refresh it. This explains why mental overload feels so exhausting. It is not because your brain is weak. It is because it is constantly deciding what deserves one of those precious few spots inside your conscious attention. Every email you read, every notification you check, every conversation you interrupt, every thought about tomorrow steals a little room from whatever you were trying to focus on before. Have you ever walked into a room and completely forgotten why you went there? It feels almost embarrassing. You stand there looking around, hoping the answer magically returns. Then, a few seconds later, after retracing your steps, the memory suddenly comes back. That is not because the information vanished forever. It simply slipped out of working memory when something else briefly took its place. The same thing happens during conversations. Someone begins explaining an idea with several details. You understand the first few points perfectly. Then they add another detail, then another. Suddenly, you realize you are still thinking about the first sentence while they are already on the 5th. Your brain is not processing every word equally anymore. It is struggling to keep the earlier pieces alive while making room for the new ones. This is exactly why great teachers simplify complex ideas into smaller chunks. They instinctively understand that the mind cannot absorb everything at once. Instead of presenting 10 disconnected facts, they group related ideas together so your brain can treat them as one larger unit. This process is called chunking, and it is one of the smartest shortcuts your brain has ever developed. Think about a phone number. If someone reads 10 random digits without pausing, remembering them feels difficult. But if the same digits are grouped into familiar patterns, they suddenly become much easier to recall. The total amount of information has not changed. What changed is the way your brain organizes it. Instead of storing many separate pieces, it combines them into fewer meaningful units that fit inside working memory. Experts use this trick constantly without realizing it. A chess grandmaster can glance at a board and remember the positions far better than a beginner. It is not because they have a magical memory. It is because they recognize meaningful patterns. What looks like dozens of unrelated pieces to a beginner becomes only a handful of familiar structures to an expert. Experience allows the brain to compress information into larger chunks. But there is another side to this story that affects almost everyone today. Modern life bombards your working memory every minute. Your phone vibrates while you answer an email. A message appears while you are reading an article. Music plays in the background while advertisements flash across the screen. Every interruption demands one of those limited mental spaces. Even if each distraction lasts only a few seconds, it pushes something else out. That is why you sometimes finish reading an entire page only to realize you cannot remember what you just read. Your eyes moved across every sentence, but your working memory was too crowded to build a lasting understanding. Information entered your senses, but never stayed long enough to become meaningful. Ironically, highly intelligent people are not immune to this limit. In fact, they often experience it more intensely because they explore more possibilities at once. Intelligence does not remove the capacity limit. It changes how efficiently the brain uses the available space. The greatest thinkers in history relied on notebooks, sketches, diagrams, and written calculations because they understood something many people forget. The human mind was never meant to hold everything internally. This realization changes the way you think about productivity. Success is not about forcing your brain to carry more than it can handle. It is about protecting the limited space it already has. Every unnecessary distraction steals room from the ideas that actually matter. Every moment of focused attention gives those few mental spaces a chance to build something deeper. So the next time you forget a name moments after hearing it, or lose track of what you were about to say, do not assume your intelligence has failed you. You are experiencing one of the most fascinating design limits of the human brain. Behind every brilliant thought, every creative breakthrough, and every difficult decision is a tiny mental workspace that can hold only about 4 things at once, quietly reminding us that even our greatest intelligence comes with surprisingly small boundaries. You often see what you expect, not what is really there. Look around you for a moment. It feels as though your eyes are showing you the world exactly as it is. Every color, every face, every object seems to appear instantly and effortlessly. It feels like vision is nothing more than a camera recording reality in perfect detail. But here is the unsettling truth. Your eyes are not giving you a complete picture of the world. Your brain is finishing the picture before you even realize it. In many situations, you are not seeing what is actually there. You are seeing what your mind expected to find. That sounds impossible because sight feels so reliable. We trust our eyes more than almost any other sense. We believe that if we saw something with our own eyes, then it must be true. Entire arguments end with the sentence, "I saw it myself." But the human brain does not work like a video camera. It works like a prediction machine that constantly guesses what should happen next. Most of the time, those guesses are so accurate that you never notice them. The moments when they fail reveal one of the strangest limits of human intelligence. Imagine walking through your own house in the dark. You can reach the kitchen without seeing every step. You know where the table is. You know where the doorway should be. Your brain fills in the missing information because it has built a model of that environment over countless experiences. You are not relying only on your eyes. You are relying on expectations. Now imagine someone quietly moves a chair into the middle of the hallway while you are asleep. The next morning, half awake, you walk exactly as you always do and suddenly crash into it. Your eyes were open. The chair was right there. But your brain had already predicted an empty path, and for a brief moment, that prediction overpowered what your eyes were trying to tell you. This happens far more often than most people realize. Scientists studying perception discovered that the brain is constantly combining incoming information with past experience. Instead of waiting for every detail to arrive, it creates a fast prediction and then checks whether reality matches it. This system is incredibly efficient because the world is usually predictable. Trees stay where they are. Doors remain attached to walls. Faces keep the same features from one moment to the next. If the brain had to analyze every tiny detail from scratch every second, you would barely be able to react to anything. But speed comes with a price. Think about those moments when you are searching for your phone while it is sitting directly in front of you. You scan the table several times without noticing it. Then someone points to it, and suddenly it seems impossible that you missed something so obvious. The phone did not magically appear. Your brain simply was not expecting it to be in that particular place, so your attention skipped over it. The same thing happens when you are reading. Have you ever looked at a sentence and completely missed a spelling mistake, even after reading it several times? Your brain already knows what the sentence is supposed to say, so it quietly corrects the mistake without telling you. You think you are reading every letter, but much of the time your mind is predicting the words before your eyes finish processing them. One of the most fascinating demonstrations of this involves attention itself. Imagine watching a group of people passing a basketball while you carefully count every pass. Most people become so focused on counting that they completely fail to notice someone in a large costume walking through the middle of the scene. It sounds unbelievable until it happens to you. The object was visible the entire time, yet your brain filtered it out because it did not fit the task you expected to perform. This phenomenon shows that seeing is not the same as noticing. Your eyes may capture something, but unless your brain decides it matters, your conscious mind may never become aware of it. This explains why two people can witness the exact same event and describe it differently. One person notices the expressions on people's faces. Another notices the sounds. Someone else remembers the weather or the colors of the room. The world provides far more information than the brain can process, so your expectations determine what receives attention and what quietly disappears into the background. Have you ever mistaken a pile of clothes in a dark room for a person? Your heart races for a split second before you realize it was never a person at all. During that brief moment, your brain preferred a familiar explanation over an accurate one. It quickly assembled scattered shapes into something meaningful, because recognizing possible danger has always been more valuable for survival than waiting for perfect certainty. The same process influences how we see other people. If you expect someone to be unfriendly, you begin noticing every cold expression while ignoring moments of kindness. If you expect a stranger to be trustworthy, you may overlook warning signs that would normally stand out. Your expectations do not just shape what your eyes notice. They shape the meaning your brain assigns to everything you see. This is one reason first impressions can become so powerful. Once your brain builds an initial prediction about someone, it naturally searches for evidence that supports that prediction. Contradictory details often receive less attention because they do not fit the story your mind has already started writing. Advertising, magic shows, and even movies quietly take advantage of this limit. A magician directs your attention toward one hand, while the real trick happens somewhere else. Filmmakers use editing techniques that your brain automatically connects into a seamless story, even though each scene was filmed separately. Advertisers place products beside emotions you already recognize because your brain naturally links familiar ideas together. None of these tricks work because your eyes are weak. They work because your expectations guide perception before conscious thought catches up. Perhaps the strangest part is that this ability is also one of your greatest strengths. Without prediction, driving a car would feel impossibly slow. Holding a conversation would become exhausting because every sound would need to be analyzed from the beginning. Recognizing the faces of loved ones would take far longer than a simple glance. Your brain predicts because prediction allows you to move through life with incredible speed and efficiency. But every shortcut creates blind spots. The next time you are absolutely certain that you saw something exactly as it happened, remember that your eyes delivered only part of the story. The rest was completed by a brain that is constantly guessing, filling gaps, and turning expectations into reality. One of the most remarkable limits of human intelligence is that we rarely see the world exactly as it is. More often than we realize, we see the world our minds were prepared to see. Your brain edits reality before you become aware of it. Every second of your life feels immediate. You open your eyes, hear a sound, touch an object, and it seems as though your brain instantly delivers reality exactly as it exists. There is no delay, no processing, no hidden work happening behind the scenes. It feels as if consciousness is watching the world unfold in real time. But that comforting feeling is one of the greatest illusions your mind has ever created. Before you become aware of anything, your brain has already filtered it, rearranged it, and quietly decided what version of reality you are allowed to experience. That sounds almost unbelievable because we trust our own awareness more than anything else. If you see something, you assume it happened exactly that way. If you hear someone speak, you believe you experienced every word the moment it was said. But your conscious mind is actually one of the last parts of the process. Long before you realize something has happened, millions of neurons have already been working behind the curtain, making decisions without asking your permission. Imagine going to a movie theater. You sit down expecting to watch a smooth film with continuous motion. But if you looked inside the projector, you would discover that it is actually displaying one still image after another. Your brain blends those separate frames into a seamless experience. Consciousness works in a surprisingly similar way. What feels like a perfectly continuous stream of reality is actually the final product of countless invisible edits happening every fraction of a second. Think about how your eyes move. Most people believe they smoothly scan the world like a camera. In reality, your eyes constantly make tiny rapid jumps called saccades. During each jump, your visual system briefly suppresses incoming information so the world does not appear to blur. You never notice these gaps because your brain quietly fills them in. From your perspective, reality remains perfectly stable even though your vision is briefly interrupted thousands of times every day. Your brain does not simply receive information. It repairs it before showing it to you. This becomes even stranger when you realize your eyes contain a blind spot where the optic nerve connects to the retina. In that small area, you cannot see anything at all. There is literally missing information in every scene you look at. Yet you never walk around noticing a black hole floating in your vision. Instead, your brain examines the surrounding colors, shapes, and patterns, then invents what probably belongs in the missing space. Most of the time, the guess is so accurate that you never realize anything was missing. Reality feels complete because your brain quietly completed it. Now think about hearing someone speak in a noisy restaurant. Plates are clattering. People are talking at nearby tables. Music is playing in the background. Somehow you still understand your friend's sentence, even when parts of it are completely covered by noise. That is because your brain predicts the missing sounds based on the words before and after them. You feel as though you heard every word clearly, even when some of those words never actually reached your ears. The same hidden editing happens with time itself. Have you ever touched something hot and pulled your hand away before you consciously realized what happened? It feels like an incredibly fast reaction, but your brain had already processed the danger and launched a response before your awareness caught up. Consciousness often arrives after important decisions have already been made. Your mind then creates the feeling that everything happened in perfect order, even though the unconscious brain was already several steps ahead. This hidden processing explains why athletes sometimes describe entering a flow state. A professional tennis player returning a serve traveling at incredible speed does not consciously calculate every movement. There simply is not enough time. Instead, years of experience allow the unconscious brain to recognize patterns and make adjustments before conscious thought could ever keep up. The player feels as though everything happened naturally, but beneath that feeling an extraordinary amount of editing and prediction took place. Even your emotions begin before your awareness catches them. Imagine walking alone at night when you suddenly hear footsteps behind you. Your heart starts beating faster. Your muscles tighten. You become alert. Only afterward do you consciously begin asking yourself whether there is actually any danger. Your emotional systems reacted first because waiting for conscious analysis would have been far too slow if the threat had been real. This ability helped our ancestors survive for thousands of years. A rustle in the bushes might have been nothing more than the wind, but assuming danger for a brief moment was far safer than calmly analyzing every possibility while a predator charged toward them. The brain evolved to edit reality in favor of survival, not perfect accuracy. This also explains why first impressions happen so quickly. Within moments of meeting someone, your brain has already begun judging facial expressions, body language, tone of voice, and countless tiny signals. By the time you consciously think this person seems trustworthy or something feels off, much of that judgment has already been formed beneath awareness. The fascinating part is that these edits are usually helpful. Without them, everyday life would feel overwhelming. You would notice every tiny eye movement, every missing visual detail, every sound interruption, every processing delay. Simple conversations would become exhausting because your brain would constantly wait for complete information before allowing you to understand anything. Instead, your mind builds a smooth version of reality that feels effortless. But every shortcut comes with consequences. Sometimes your brain edits out important details because they do not fit its expectations. Sometimes it fills missing information with incorrect assumptions. Sometimes it creates confidence where uncertainty should exist. By the time you become aware of the experience, the editing has already been completed. You rarely get to see the unfinished version of reality that existed just moments before. Perhaps that is the strangest limit of human intelligence. We spend our entire lives believing we experience the world directly, yet almost everything we call reality has already been organized, simplified, corrected, and reconstructed before it reaches conscious awareness. The person you believe is simply observing the world is actually watching a carefully edited version created by one of the most extraordinary prediction machines ever to exist. Your brain does not wait for you to understand reality. It quietly rewrites it first, then hands you the finished story as if nothing had ever changed. People regularly mistake confidence for intelligence. Picture yourself in a meeting where two people are arguing about the same problem. One person speaks loudly, answers instantly, and never seems to hesitate. The other pauses before responding, carefully considers different possibilities, and occasionally admits they are not completely sure. Without realizing it, Most people immediately assume the first person is smarter. Confidence feels convincing. It feels like proof. But here is the strange reality. Confidence and intelligence are often completely different things, and your brain constantly confuses one for the other. This happens so naturally that we rarely question it. From childhood, we are taught to admire people who sound certain. The student who raises their hand without hesitation appears knowledgeable. The leader who speaks with absolute conviction seems trustworthy. The expert who never says, "I do not know," feels more capable than the one who carefully explains uncertainty. Our brains love certainty because certainty feels safe. Unfortunately, reality is rarely that simple. The truly unsettling part is that confidence can exist without knowledge, while genuine intelligence often comes with doubt. The more someone understands a complicated subject, the more they usually recognize how much they still do not know. Meanwhile, someone with only a shallow understanding may never notice the enormous gaps in their knowledge. They feel certain because they cannot see what they are missing. Imagine standing at the edge of a foggy mountain. If you can only see the first few steps, the path seems short and simple, but as the fog clears, you suddenly realize the mountain stretches far beyond the horizon. Knowledge works the same way. The more you learn, the more complexity becomes visible. Intelligence often replaces certainty with curiosity. Scientists have repeatedly observed this strange pattern. People with lower ability in a particular skill frequently overestimate how good they are, while highly skilled people often underestimate themselves. This happens because accurately judging your own performance requires the very knowledge you have not yet developed. If you do not understand a subject deeply, you also lack the ability to recognize your own mistakes. Think about learning to drive. During the first few lessons, every action feels difficult. You become painfully aware of everything you still need to master. But imagine someone who has only watched other people drive and believes it looks easy. They may confidently claim they could handle it without much practice. Their confidence does not come from skill. It comes from not knowing how much there actually is to learn. This pattern appears everywhere. Scroll through social media and you will often notice that the loudest opinions receive the most attention. People who speak with absolute certainty attract followers because confidence is emotionally satisfying. It removes doubt. It offers simple answers to complicated questions. Meanwhile, thoughtful people who explain exceptions, limitations, and uncertainty may sound less convincing even when they understand the subject far better. Your brain quietly interprets confidence as competence because, throughout human history, following decisive leaders often increased the chances of survival. In dangerous situations, there was rarely enough time for endless debate. Someone who acted quickly appeared more reliable than someone who hesitated. That ancient shortcut still shapes modern thinking, even when confidence has little connection to actual expertise. Think about a magic show. The magician performs every movement with complete confidence. They never appear uncertain. That confidence becomes part of the illusion itself. If the magician looked nervous before every trick, the audience would immediately become suspicious. Confidence influences perception. It changes how believable something feels, even when the facts remain exactly the same. The same thing happens in everyday conversations. Have you ever been absolutely certain about an answer, only to discover later that you were completely wrong? What makes that experience so shocking is not the mistake itself. It is the confidence you felt while making it. Your certainty gave you no warning that your conclusion might be incorrect. The brain is remarkably capable of producing strong confidence without guaranteeing strong evidence. This becomes especially dangerous when decisions affect other people. Investors sometimes trust confident financial predictions more than careful analysis. Patients may believe doctors who sound more certain, even if another physician provides a more accurate explanation filled with appropriate caution. Employers often promote candidates who appear confident during interviews, even though actual job performance depends on skills that confidence alone cannot create. Ironically, some of the most intelligent people you will ever meet may not immediately impress you. They ask questions before offering answers. They change their minds when presented with better evidence. They openly admit uncertainty instead of pretending to know everything. At first glance, this behavior can look like weakness, but it often reflects something much deeper. They understand that reality is complicated and that confidence should grow from evidence, not emotion. This does not mean confidence is useless. Confidence is incredibly valuable when it is built on preparation, experience, and genuine understanding. A skilled surgeon needs confidence while performing a difficult operation. A firefighter entering a dangerous building cannot afford constant hesitation. An athlete competing at the highest level benefits from believing in years of training. The problem begins when confidence becomes disconnected from competence. One of the greatest signs of intelligence is the willingness to update your beliefs. Truly intelligent people are not obsessed with always being right. They are obsessed with getting closer to the truth. That means accepting mistakes, questioning assumptions, and allowing new evidence to reshape old opinions. To someone who mistakes confidence for intelligence, this flexibility may look uncertain. In reality, it is often the opposite. It takes tremendous mental strength to admit that your previous belief was incomplete. Perhaps the most fascinating part is that your own brain is not immune to this illusion. Every time you feel completely certain about an opinion, your confidence itself can become evidence in your mind. You begin thinking, I feel sure, therefore I must be right. But feelings are not facts. Confidence is an emotion. Intelligence is a process. One can exist without the other. The next time you hear someone speaking with absolute certainty, pause before assuming they understand the subject better than everyone else. Listen for curiosity. Look for evidence. Notice whether they can explain why they believe what they believe instead of simply sounding convinced. Because one of the strangest limits of human intelligence is not that we struggle to recognize brilliance. It is that we so often mistake confidence for it, even when the quietest person in the room understands far more than the loudest one ever could. The more you know, the easier it is to miss the obvious. Imagine watching a master chef prepare an incredible meal. Every movement is fast, precise, and effortless. They barely stop to think. Now imagine asking them to explain every tiny step to someone who has never cooked before. Suddenly they hesitate. They skip details without realizing it. They assume certain things are obvious even though the beginner has no idea what they are talking about. It is a strange paradox. The more knowledge someone gains, the harder it can become to notice what is obvious to everyone else or what is completely confusing to a beginner. At first, that sounds backward. We usually believe that learning more should make us see more, and in many ways it does. Experts notice patterns that beginners completely miss. Doctors recognize diseases from tiny clues. Musicians hear mistakes that most people never notice. Engineers can look at a bridge and immediately understand how it carries enormous weight. Knowledge expands what you can see, but it also quietly changes what you stop noticing. Your brain is constantly trying to become more efficient. Every time you repeat a skill, it begins turning complicated steps into automatic habits. Instead of consciously thinking through every action, it compresses them into larger patterns. This saves an incredible amount of mental energy. Imagine if every time you tied your shoes, you had to consciously think about each finger movement from the very beginning. Everyday life would become exhausting. The problem is that once knowledge becomes automatic, it becomes almost invisible. Think about reading. Right now, you probably are not looking at individual letters one by one. You instantly recognize entire words without effort. In fact, it is difficult to force yourself to see each letter separately because your brain has spent years turning reading into an automatic process. What once required enormous concentration now happens almost without awareness. The same thing happens with expertise. Imagine a professional photographer looking at a picture. Within seconds, they notice lighting, composition, lens choice, depth, and color balance. An ordinary viewer simply thinks it looks nice. The expert sees more because experience has trained the brain to recognize hidden patterns. But ask that photographer to explain photography to a complete beginner, and something interesting happens. They may unintentionally skip over the very basics because those steps have become so automatic that they no longer notice them. Psychologists sometimes describe this as the curse of knowledge. Once you know something, it becomes surprisingly difficult to imagine what it feels like not to know it. Your brain quietly edits out the beginner's perspective because it has replaced it with years of experience. You have probably experienced this without realizing it. Have you ever asked someone for directions only for them to say something like, "Just turn left at the old building and take the usual shortcut"? To them, the instructions make perfect sense because they have traveled that route hundreds of times. To you, none of those landmarks mean anything. They are seeing the world through years of accumulated knowledge while forgetting that you are seeing it for the first time. This limitation affects teachers, parents, managers, and experts in every field. A mathematics professor may solve a difficult equation in seconds, while forgetting that students are still struggling with the first principle. A software engineer may explain a program using technical words that sound completely foreign to everyone else. A professional athlete may tell beginners to just relax without realizing that relaxing is impossible when every movement still demands conscious effort. Knowledge creates shortcuts, but shortcuts hide the road that came before them. There is another fascinating consequence of expertise. The more familiar you become with something, the more your brain begins predicting what it expects to see. Most of the time, those predictions save time and energy, but occasionally they cause you to overlook something surprisingly obvious. Think about proofreading your own writing. You can read the same paragraph 5 times and still miss a spelling mistake that someone else notices immediately. Why? Because your brain already knows what the sentence is supposed to say. Instead of carefully examining every word, it predicts the meaning and quietly fills in the missing details. A fresh reader has no expectations, so the mistake stands out instantly. The same pattern appears in science, business, and even history. Sometimes the greatest discoveries come from people who are not deeply trapped inside existing assumptions. They ask questions that experts stopped asking years ago. They notice simple possibilities because their minds have not yet been trained to ignore them. Fresh eyes often see what experienced eyes automatically filter out. This does not mean ignorance is an advantage. Knowledge remains one of the most powerful tools humans possess. But every tool shapes the way you see the world. As expertise grows, certain possibilities become easier to recognize while others quietly disappear from view. Even detectives experience this problem. After investigating hundreds of similar cases, they naturally begin looking for familiar patterns. Most of the time, that experience helps them solve crimes faster, but occasionally it causes them to overlook an unusual clue because it does not fit the pattern their brain expected. A beginner might notice that same clue simply because they have no established expectations guiding their attention. This is why many successful teams intentionally include people with different backgrounds. An experienced expert brings deep knowledge. A newcomer brings fresh perspective. Together, they compensate for each other's blind spots. One sees hidden complexity. The other notices overlooked simplicity. Perhaps the most surprising part is that this happens inside your own life every day. You become so familiar with your daily routine that you stop noticing small opportunities for improvement. You drive the same road without seeing new buildings that appeared weeks ago. You use the same phone, the same software, or the same habits while ignoring features that have been available all along. Familiarity narrows attention because the brain assumes it already understands everything important. Real intelligence is not simply collecting more knowledge. It is remembering that every new piece of knowledge changes the way you see reality. Sometimes it expands your vision. Sometimes it quietly limits it. The wisest people understand that expertise is both a strength and a potential blind spot. They remain curious enough to question even the things they know best. So the next time you find yourself thinking that something is completely obvious, pause for a moment. Ask yourself whether it is truly obvious or whether your experience has simply made it feel that way. Because one of the strangest limits of human intelligence is that the more your brain learns, the easier it can become to overlook the very things hiding in plain sight. Your brain struggles to understand exponential growth. Imagine someone offers you a simple deal. Today you receive $1. Tomorrow that amount doubles. The next day it doubles again. It sounds nice, but not life-changing. Most people quickly estimate that after a month they might have a few $100s, or maybe a few thousand if they are feeling optimistic. Very few people realize that by the end of 30 days, that tiny $1 has exploded into more than $500 million. The number feels so ridiculous that your first instinct is to believe it must be wrong. But it is not. What is wrong is the way your brain naturally predicts growth. This is one of the strangest limits of human intelligence. Your brain is surprisingly good at understanding things that grow steadily. If something increases by the same amount every day, your mind can picture it without much effort. 5 becomes 10. 10 becomes 15. 15 becomes 20. It feels predictable because every step is the same size. But the moment growth starts multiplying instead of simply adding, your intuition completely falls apart. The strange part is that this is not because you are bad at mathematics. It happens to almost everyone. Human beings evolved in a world where most changes were slow and gradual. A tree grows little by little. A child becomes taller over many years. A river slowly carves its way through rock. Our brains became experts at understanding steady change because that was the kind of change our ancestor experienced every day. Exponential growth plays by completely different rules. Imagine folding a single sheet of paper in half, then fold it again. Then again. At first the paper barely changes. It still feels thin enough to hold in your hand. But if it were somehow possible to keep folding that same sheet 42 times, the stack would reach the moon. That sounds impossible because your intuition keeps expecting small increases, while reality is multiplying at an unbelievable rate. Your brain keeps drawing a straight line when reality is racing upward like a rocket. Think about a pond with a strange plant that doubles in size every single day. On the first day it covers only a tiny corner. On the second day it covers twice as much. Every morning it doubles again. If the pond becomes completely covered on the 30th day, when was it only half covered? Most people instinctively guess around the 15th day because halfway sounds logical. The real answer is the 29th day. Just one day before the pond is completely covered, half of it still appears empty. That is exactly why exponential growth catches people by surprise. It spends a long time looking harmless before suddenly becoming overwhelming. You have probably experienced this without even realizing it. Think about learning a new skill. During the first few weeks, progress feels painfully slow. You practice every day, yet it seems as though nothing is changing. Many people quit during this stage because their brains expect visible improvement right away. But skills often grow through countless tiny improvements that quietly build on one another. Then one day something suddenly clicks. Reading becomes easier. Playing an instrument feels natural. Speaking a new language starts flowing. It looks like overnight success, but the real growth had been multiplying beneath the surface all along. The same pattern appears in business. A small company may struggle for years with very little attention. Then suddenly it seems to appear everywhere. People call it an overnight success, even though it spent years building customers, improving products, and creating momentum that slowly multiplied until the growth became impossible to ignore. This misunderstanding becomes far more serious when it comes to diseases. Imagine hearing that only a handful of people are infected with a new virus. Most people remain calm because the number sounds tiny. What they fail to imagine is what happens if each infected person passes it to several others, who then repeat the same pattern. For a long time the numbers appear manageable. Then, almost without warning, hospitals become overwhelmed. The danger was never hidden. It was simply growing in a way the human brain struggles to visualize. Money follows the same strange rule. People often underestimate the power of saving small amounts consistently because the early results look disappointing. A person investing a modest amount every month may feel as though almost nothing is happening during the first few years. Then compound growth begins building on previous growth. Eventually, the money starts growing faster than the person is adding it. At that point, the numbers seem almost magical, even though the process was working exactly the same way from the very beginning. Our brains love immediate results. Exponential growth rewards patience instead. The most fascinating part is that your brain does not just misunderstand large numbers, it misunderstands time. When growth is slow in the beginning, your mind assumes it will remain slow forever. It cannot easily imagine the dramatic acceleration waiting just ahead. This is why people often delay preparing for important problems. They think there is still plenty of time because the current situation looks manageable. By the time the danger becomes obvious, the exponential curve has already done most of its work. This limitation affects more than science or finance. Habits grow exponentially too. Reading 10 pages every day feels insignificant. Exercising for 20 minutes seems almost pointless. Learning a few new words in another language hardly feels worth the effort. But months later, those tiny actions combine into remarkable changes. At the same time, small negative habits quietly multiply in the opposite direction. Missing one workout seems harmless. Wasting a few extra minutes every day feels insignificant. Ignoring one unhealthy meal appears unimportant. Yet repeated over months and years, those tiny decisions become life-changing. The remarkable thing is that both success and failure often look almost invisible while they are growing. The biggest changes happen quietly until they suddenly become impossible to ignore. Perhaps that is why exponential growth feels almost magical. It hides its true power until the very end. Your brain keeps expecting tomorrow to resemble today, while reality is preparing to make a leap far beyond your imagination. So the next time something seems too small to matter, whether it is an investment, a habit, a skill, or even a global problem, remember one of the most fascinating limits of human intelligence. Your mind naturally expects straight lines, but the world often grows in curves. And by the time your intuition finally catches up, exponential growth has usually been rewriting reality long before you ever noticed. You can't imagine a truly new color or sense. Try to imagine a color that has never existed before. Not a different shade of blue. Not a combination of red and green. Not something brighter or darker than any color you have already seen. Imagine a completely new color that the human mind has never experienced. Take a moment and really try. The strange thing is that almost everyone fails. Your brain keeps reaching for familiar colors because it has nothing else to build from. This reveals one of the most fascinating limits of human intelligence. The imagination feels limitless. We can picture impossible worlds, strange creatures, and futuristic technology that does not exist yet. We can create entire stories inside our minds. But even imagination has boundaries. The brain can rearrange existing experiences into new combinations, but it struggles to create something completely outside the range of anything it has ever sensed. Your imagination is not a blank canvas. It is more like a machine that takes pieces from reality and rebuilds them into something different. Think about a dragon. Almost nobody has ever seen a real dragon, yet most people can imagine one instantly. Why? Because your brain is not creating something from nothing. It is combining familiar pieces. The body might come from a reptile. The wings come from birds or insects. The teeth come from animals you already know. The fire comes from experiences with heat and flames. A dragon feels new, but it is actually a collection of old information rearranged into a fresh pattern. Now try doing the same thing with something your senses have never provided. Imagine a completely new smell, not a stronger version of a familiar smell, not a mixture of two existing smells, a smell with no connection to anything you have ever experienced. Most people quickly discover their minds begin searching through memories. Maybe something floral, maybe something metallic, maybe something sweet. The brain has no raw material for a truly unknown sensation. This is because your brain builds its understanding of reality from sensory input. The world enters through your eyes, ears, skin, nose, and other senses. Over time, those experiences create a massive library of patterns. When you imagine something, your brain usually searches through that library and creates a new arrangement from what it already has. It is like trying to create a completely new language using only words from a language you already know. You can invent new sentences. You can create new stories. You can even create new words by combining sounds. But creating a sound that has never been experienced by your brain is a completely different challenge. Collars are a perfect example. Human vision works because our eyes contain special cells that respond to certain wavelengths of light. The brain transforms those signals into the experience we call color. But the universe contains electromagnetic information that humans cannot see. Ultraviolet light exists. Infrared light exists. Other animals experience parts of reality that are completely invisible to us. A bee can see ultraviolet patterns on flowers that humans will never naturally perceive. A snake can detect infrared radiation and sense heat in ways our brains cannot reproduce. The strange part is not that we cannot see those things. The strange part is that we cannot truly imagine what they feel like. We can describe them scientifically. We can create images that represent them. We can explain how they work. But the actual subjective experience of seeing a completely different type of color remains impossible for the human mind to access. You can know information about an experience without being able to mentally experience it. This idea applies to other senses too. Imagine a person who was born without the ability to hear. You could explain sound waves. You could describe music theory. You could explain the difference between a deep voice and a high voice. But describing sound is not the same as experiencing sound. There is a gap between understanding information and having the actual sensation. The same question appears when scientists think about alien life. If another intelligent species evolved with completely different senses, they might experience a reality that humans could never fully understand. Their version of the world could contain sensations we do not even have the ability to imagine. A creature with 100 different senses might experience reality in a way that would seem impossible to us. It might sense magnetic fields, detect chemical changes in the air, or perceive patterns hidden inside objects. To that creature, those experiences would feel normal. To humans, they would be beyond imagination because our brains were never built with those inputs. This limitation reveals something important about intelligence. We often assume that if we are smart enough, we can understand anything. But intelligence does not operate in a vacuum. It depends on the structure of the brain that contains it. A human brain is incredibly powerful, but it evolved with specific tools for understanding a specific type of world. Your mind can explore the universe, but it explores through the windows it was given. This is why even the greatest thinkers in history relied on metaphors and comparisons. When people describe things they have never directly experienced, they borrow from familiar ideas. Black holes are described as cosmic drains. Quantum particles are described using everyday objects. Time is described like a river. These descriptions help the brain approach the unknown by connecting it to something already understood. But the unknown always remains partly hidden. There is a beautiful irony here. The limits of imagination are also what make discovery possible. Because we cannot naturally experience everything, we are forced to create tools that extend our senses. Telescopes allow us to see distant galaxies. Microscopes reveal worlds too small for our eyes. Machines translate invisible signals into information our brains can understand. Human intelligence grows by finding ways around its own limitations. Still, there will always be boundaries. There may be experiences in the universe that humans can describe but never truly imagine. There may be colors, sounds, smells, or sensations that exist beyond the reach of our minds. Not because we lack creativity, but because creativity needs building blocks. Your brain can create endless variations of reality, but it creates them from the pieces it already owns. And that may be one of the strangest limits of human intelligence. We can dream of impossible worlds and imagine the future of civilization, yet we cannot even create a completely new color inside our own minds. The universe may contain experiences far beyond what we can picture, reminding us that even the most powerful imagination is still shaped by the narrow window through which we experience reality. The tip of the tongue effect reveals hidden limits of memory. You know the feeling. Someone asks you a simple question. You know the answer. You have said it before. You can almost see the word sitting somewhere inside your mind. You know the first letter. You know how many syllables it has. You might even know what the word sounds like. But when you try to say it, nothing comes out. The information feels incredibly close, yet completely unreachable. This strange experience has a name. It is called the tip of the tongue effect, and it reveals one of the most fascinating weaknesses of human memory. Your brain can store information without always giving you access to it when you need it. In other words, remembering something is not just about having the information. It is also about successfully finding the path that leads to it. Most people imagine memory like a giant storage room. Every experience, fact, name, and conversation is placed into a specific location. When you need something, you simply open the correct drawer and take it out. But the human brain does not work like a filing cabinet. Memory is not stored as one complete package waiting to be retrieved. It is built from connected networks of information, and sometimes the connection between those pieces becomes temporarily weak. Think about searching for a file on a computer. The file exists. You know it exists. But if the search system cannot locate it, the information might as well be invisible. The tip of the tongue effect is like having a perfectly real file hidden somewhere in your brain, but the search function is struggling to find the exact location. The strange thing is that this failure is often not complete. During a tip of the tongue moment, you usually know more than you realize. You might know that the missing word begins with a certain sound. You might know the shape of the word. You might know what category it belongs to. You are not completely forgetting. You are trapped just below the level of conscious access. Imagine recognizing someone's face in a crowd but being unable to remember their name. You know exactly who they are. You remember where you met them. You remember conversations you had with them, yet the simple label attached to that person refuses to appear. This happens because names are surprisingly fragile parts of memory. They often have fewer meaningful connections than other types of information. If you forget a person's occupation, your brain can search through related ideas. If they are a doctor, you might remember hospitals, medicine, patients, or science. But a name is often just an arbitrary sound attached to a person. There is less meaning to guide the search, which makes retrieval more difficult. This is why you can remember someone's entire personality, but still struggle to remember their name. The tip of the tongue effect also shows something important about the difference between memory and intelligence. Many people become frustrated when they cannot recall something immediately. They assume their brain has failed or that they are becoming less intelligent. But this experience happens to people of all ages and abilities. It is not a sign that information has disappeared. It is a sign that retrieval is a complex process. Scientists studying this phenomenon have discovered that memory retrieval involves multiple stages. First, your brain activates related concepts. Then it narrows down possibilities. Finally, it retrieves the specific information you need. A failure can happen at any point in this process. Sometimes the general idea appears, but the exact word does not. Sometimes the feeling of familiarity appears without the actual memory. This explains why a forgotten word often suddenly returns later, when you are no longer trying to remember it. You stop searching. You move on. You take a shower, go for a walk, or start doing something else. Then suddenly the answer appears out of nowhere. It feels mysterious, but there is a logical reason behind it. When you stop forcing the memory, your brain continues working in the background. The search process relaxes. Different connections become active. Eventually, the pathway becomes strong enough for the information to reach conscious awareness. The memory was not created in that moment. It was already there. Your brain simply needed time to find the route. This reveals something fascinating about the hidden activity happening inside your mind. Your conscious awareness is not aware of everything your brain is doing. While you are focused on one thought, countless unconscious processes are organizing information, searching memories, and making connections. The tip of the tongue effect is a small window into that hidden world. It also explains why certain memories feel easier to access than others. The brain does not store all information equally. Memories connected to emotions, repetition, and meaning usually have stronger pathways. A random password you created once is much harder to remember than a song you have heard hundreds of times. A stranger's name is easier to forget than the name of someone important to you, because emotional connections strengthen retrieval. This is why repetition is so powerful. Every time you use information, you strengthen the pathway your brain follows to reach it. Learning is not just about putting information into memory. It is about building stronger roads that allow you to retrieve that information later. The frustrating part is that the tip of the tongue effect can make your own mind feel like it is working against you. You know something is there, but you cannot prove it. You feel the answer hiding behind a locked door inside your own brain. But that frustration is actually evidence of something remarkable. Your brain knows enough to recognize the missing information. It knows there is a gap. It can sense the shape of the answer even before the answer arrives. The failure is not a complete breakdown. It is a glimpse into the complicated machinery behind memory. Perhaps the most surprising lesson is that remembering is not a simple act of opening a stored file. It is an active process of reconstruction, searching, and connection. Every time you recall something, your brain has to rebuild a path to that information. So the next time you are stuck trying to remember a word that feels almost within reach, do not think of it as your memory failing. Think of it as your brain revealing one of its hidden limits. Even with billions of neurons working together, the human mind can still lose access to information it already contains. The answer may be right there, waiting patiently behind the invisible barriers of memory, just one connection away. Your intuition completely breaks down with large numbers. Imagine someone tells you that a city has lost 10,000 people. That number sounds huge. It creates an immediate emotional reaction. 10,000 feels like a massive amount because your brain can attach meaning to it. You can almost picture a crowd of people standing together. You can imagine a stadium filled with thousands of faces. But now imagine someone tells you another city has lost 100,000 people. The difference is enormous, yet your emotional response may not increase anywhere near as much as the actual difference. This reveals one of the strangest limits of human intelligence. The human brain is surprisingly bad at understanding very large numbers. We can calculate them. We can write them down. We can use machines to process them. But our natural intuition was never designed to truly feel their scale. A million, a billion, a trillion. These words sound different, but they often fail to create a meaningful picture inside the mind. They become abstract symbols rather than real quantities. Your brain recognizes that 1 trillion is bigger than 1 million, but it struggles to understand how much bigger. The reason goes back to human evolution. For most of history, humans lived in small groups and dealt with quantities that were directly visible. A few people, a few animals, a few tools, a few days of food. Survival depended on understanding things that could be observed directly. Our ancestors did not need a natural ability to imagine billions of people or trillions of possible outcomes. The modern world changed much faster than the human brain evolved. Think about counting seconds. 1,000 seconds is around 17 minutes. 10,000 seconds is almost 3 hours. 1 million seconds is around 11.5 days. That already feels surprisingly long. But 1 billion seconds is more than 31 years. The difference between a million and a billion is so enormous that everyday intuition completely collapses. The words sound similar. The reality is not even close. This is why people often underestimate the difference between large numbers. $1 million sounds like a lot of money. $1 billion sounds like even more money, but the gap between them is not a small step. It is the difference between walking a short distance and traveling around the world. Imagine someone gives you $1,000 every day. After about 3 years, you would have around $1 million. That already feels impressive. But to reach $1 billion at the same rate, you would need to continue for nearly 3,000 years. The human brain hears million and billion as neighbors, but mathematically they live in completely different universes. This weakness affects the way people understand risk. When scientists discuss probabilities involving extremely small chances, our intuition struggles. A 1% risk and a 1 in a million risk feel different, but people often fail to emotionally understand the true distance between them. Our brains are much better at reacting to simple categories like safe or dangerous than accurately comparing tiny statistical differences. The same problem appears when we think about time. Imagine standing on a beach and looking at every grain of sand. Counting all the grains on one small section would already be impossible. Yet the number of grains across all the beaches on Earth is beyond what most people can mentally grasp. Your brain knows the number is enormous, but it cannot create a genuine feeling of that size. This is called numerical intuition failure. The brain does not experience numbers like a calculator does. It experiences them through mental shortcuts. For small amounts, those shortcuts work well. You can instantly recognize the difference between 3 apples and 10 apples. You can tell when one pile is clearly larger than another. But once numbers become too large, the brain stops processing exact quantity and starts using vague impressions. 10,000, 100,000, and 1 million can all begin to feel like the same category of very large. That is why visual comparisons are so powerful. If someone simply tells you that 1 billion seconds is a long time, your brain may not react strongly. But if you compare it to something familiar, the difference becomes easier to understand. Humans understand relationships better than isolated numbers. We need context. We need scale. Without those connections, large numbers become meaningless shapes. This limitation has consequences in everyday life. Companies understand that people struggle with large quantities, which is why numbers are often presented in ways designed to influence perception. A discount of $10 may feel significant when attached to a small purchase, but meaningless when attached to a $1,000 purchase. A salary increase of $5,000 sounds impressive until you compare it to the total income over many years. Without context, numbers can create emotional reactions that do not match reality. Even experts are not completely immune. A scientist, economist, or mathematician may understand large numbers intellectually, but their emotional intuition can still struggle. Knowing the definition of a trillion is different from feeling the difference between a million and a trillion. The human brain was not upgraded to naturally understand the scale of modern civilization. This is one reason visualization tools are so important. Charts, graphs, simulations, and comparisons help translate abstract quantities into something the brain can process. They create bridges between mathematical reality and human intuition. The strange thing is that numbers are one of humanity's greatest inventions, yet they also expose one of our greatest weaknesses. We created a language powerful enough to describe galaxies, populations, and the entire universe, but the brain using that language still struggles to imagine the size of those things. We can understand that a galaxy contains billions of stars, but we cannot truly picture billions of individual stars. We can understand that the universe contains unimaginable distances, but our minds still compare those distances to familiar experiences like walking or driving. We can calculate enormous numbers, but we cannot emotionally experience their full scale. Perhaps that is the most fascinating limit of human intelligence. The brain that created mathematics is not naturally built to feel mathematics. It can measure reality far beyond what it can imagine. So the next time you hear a number like a million, a billion, or a trillion, remember that your first instinct may be completely unreliable. Your brain is not failing because the number is too complicated. It is struggling because the human mind evolved in a world where numbers were small, visible, and personal. The modern universe is simply much larger than the mental tools we evolved to understand it. The brain fills blind spots without you ever noticing. Right now, there is a part of your vision where you are completely blind. You are looking at the world, reading these words, and seeing a complete picture. But hidden inside your visual field is a tiny empty space where your eyes receive no information at all. The strange part is that you have probably never noticed it once in your entire life. No darkness, no missing spot, no obvious hole in your vision. Your brain quietly fills it in before you ever become aware that anything is missing. This is one of the most fascinating examples of how the human mind does not simply experience reality. It actively creates the version of reality you perceive. What you see feels like a direct recording of the world, but your brain is constantly making predictions, correcting errors, and filling gaps to give you a smooth and complete experience. The reason this happens begins inside your eyes. At the back of your eye is a layer called the retina, which contains special cells that detect light and send information to the brain. These signals travel through the optic nerve, which acts like a communication cable between your eye and your brain. But where that optic nerve leaves the eye, there is no space for light-detecting cells. This creates a small area on the retina that cannot see anything. That area is your blind spot. The strange thing is that your brain knows there is missing information, but instead of showing you an empty space, it makes an educated guess about what should be there. It looks at the surrounding colors, shapes, patterns, and objects, then fills the gap automatically. Your brain is basically editing reality before handing it over to your conscious mind. Imagine watching a movie where a few frames are missing every second. If the editing is good enough, you might never notice. Your brain works in a similar way. It is constantly repairing the incoming information so smoothly that you experience a continuous world instead of a collection of incomplete signals. This ability is incredibly useful because the world would be overwhelming without it. Every moment, your eyes receive enormous amounts of information. Colors, movement, shadows, textures, faces, and objects are all competing for attention. If your brain had to process every tiny detail with equal importance, simply walking down the street would require enormous mental effort. Instead, your brain uses shortcuts. It focuses on important changes and fills in predictable information automatically. The blind spot is just one example of this larger system. Think about looking at a familiar face. You do not analyze every individual feature separately. You recognize the overall pattern almost instantly. You do not think about the exact distance between someone's eyes or the precise shape of their nose. Your brain compares the information with stored patterns and quickly creates the experience of recognition. The same process happens when you read. You might believe you are carefully observing every letter on this page, but your brain is actually predicting words based on context. This is why you can often understand a sentence even when letters are missing or rearranged. Your mind is not waiting passively for complete information. It is constantly guessing what comes next and correcting the gaps. The same ability that helps you read and recognize faces also creates interesting mistakes. Have you ever thought you saw your phone somewhere, only to realize it was not there? Have you ever mistaken a shadow for an object in the dark? Have you ever heard someone call your name in a crowded place when nobody actually did? These moments happen because your brain is designed to make fast predictions. Most of the time, those predictions are accurate, but occasionally the brain fills in missing information incorrectly. From a survival perspective, this system makes perfect sense. Imagine an early human walking through a forest and seeing movement behind some bushes. The brain had to quickly decide whether it was harmless wind or a dangerous animal. Waiting for perfect information could be fatal. A system that makes quick predictions gives an advantage, even if it occasionally creates false alarms. Your brain would rather make a small mistake than miss something important. This same principle explains why attention can be surprisingly limited. Your eyes may capture information, but your brain decides what reaches awareness. You can be looking directly at something and still fail to notice it because your attention is focused elsewhere. A famous experiment demonstrated this when people watched a video and counted the number of basketball passes. Many participants completely missed a person walking through the scene wearing a strange costume. The person was clearly visible, but the brain filtered it out because it did not match the current expectation. Seeing is not simply about having open eyes. Seeing is about what your brain chooses to create from the information it receives. This has huge implications for how we understand reality. We often believe our perception is objective, but every experience is shaped by hidden processes inside the brain. The colors you see, the objects you recognize, and the details you notice are all the result of a complex interpretation happening behind the scenes. Your brain is not showing you the world exactly as it is. It is showing you a version that is useful enough for survival. The most amazing part is that this process happens without any conscious effort. You do not feel your brain correcting your blind spot. You do not feel it predicting missing information. You do not notice the thousands of tiny adjustments happening every second. The final experience feels effortless because the hard work is happening silently. This reveals a deeper truth about human intelligence. The brain is not a simple receiver of information. It is an active builder of reality. It takes incomplete signals from the outside world and transforms them into a meaningful experience. So the next time you look around and feel like you are seeing everything clearly, remember that you are actually seeing a carefully constructed version created by your own mind. Hidden gaps are being filled. Missing details are being predicted. Errors are being corrected before you ever notice them. One of the strangest limits of human intelligence is that we do not experience the raw world itself. We experience the version our brain creates, and sometimes the most impressive part is not what we see, but what our brain quietly invents to make sure we never realize what is missing. Thinking too hard can actually lead to worse decisions. Imagine standing in a restaurant trying to choose what to order. At first, the decision feels simple. You look at the menu, notice something you like, and you are ready to choose. But then you start analyzing. You compare every option. You check the ingredients. You wonder if another meal would be healthier. You think about the price. You imagine regretting your choice. Suddenly, a decision that should have taken 30 seconds becomes a 20-minute mental battle. The strange part is that more thinking does not always create a better decision. We are taught to believe that intelligence means thinking harder, analyzing more, and considering every possible outcome. In many situations, that is absolutely valuable. Careful thinking helps us solve complex problems, avoid mistakes, and make better plans. But the human brain has a surprising weakness. Sometimes adding more thought does not improve the quality of a decision. Sometimes it actually makes the decision worse. This happens because the brain has limited mental resources. Every thought requires energy. Every comparison requires attention. Every possible outcome you imagine creates another path for your mind to explore. At first, this helps because you are gathering useful information. But eventually, the number of possibilities becomes so large that your brain stops becoming clearer and starts becoming overwhelmed. Instead of finding the best answer, you become trapped inside endless possibilities. Think about choosing a new phone. If you compare only a few important features, the decision is manageable. You look at the price, battery life, and performance. You choose the option that fits your needs. But if you compare every specification, every review, every customer opinion, every possible future problem, and every alternative model, something strange happens. You gain more information, but you also create more uncertainty. The decision becomes harder because your brain now has too many paths to evaluate. Psychologists call this analysis paralysis. It happens when the desire to make the perfect choice prevents you from making any choice at all. Your brain becomes so focused on avoiding a mistake that it forgets the cost of staying stuck. The reason this happens is connected to how the brain handles uncertainty. Humans are naturally uncomfortable with not knowing. When there is uncertainty, the brain tries to eliminate it by collecting more information. It feels safer to keep researching, keep comparing, and keep thinking. But some decisions never reach a point where every question is answered. There will always be unknowns. Waiting for complete certainty can become an endless process. Imagine trying to choose the perfect career. You might compare salaries, locations, job security, personal interests, future opportunities, and countless other factors. All of those things matter, but there is no mathematical formula that can reveal the one perfect path. At some point, more analysis stops creating wisdom and starts creating anxiety. The brain is searching for a guarantee that does not exist. This is why experienced people often rely on intuition in situations where they have deep knowledge. It does not mean they are randomly guessing. Their intuition is often the result of years of stored patterns and experience. A firefighter entering a dangerous building does not consciously calculate every possibility before reacting. Their brain recognizes patterns from training and experience, allowing them to make fast decisions when time matters. This type of intuition is very different from a simple feeling. It is the result of information processed beneath conscious awareness. The fascinating thing is that beginners and experts often approach decisions differently. Beginners may overthink because they are trying to consciously analyze every detail. Experts often simplify because they have learned which details actually matter. A professional athlete does not consciously think about every muscle movement during a competition. A skilled musician does not calculate every note before playing it. A doctor with years of experience may notice a pattern in symptoms almost instantly. Their brains have compressed years of learning into faster recognition. But there is another problem that appears when we think too much. Overthinking often focuses attention on negative possibilities. The brain is designed to notice threats because avoiding danger has always been important for survival. When you spend too much time analyzing a decision, your mind starts generating endless scenarios about what could go wrong. What if I choose incorrectly? What if I regret this later? What if there was a better option? These questions feel productive because they sound responsible, but sometimes they simply keep the brain locked in a cycle of fear. Think about a person preparing for a public speech. A little preparation helps. They practice their words, organize their ideas, and become confident. But if they spend hours imagining every possible mistake, every awkward moment, and every negative reaction, their performance may become worse. Their attention shifts away from communicating and toward monitoring themselves. The same thing can happen in sports. A beginner learns a movement by thinking carefully about every step. But once the skill becomes automatic, focusing too much on each detail can actually interfere. Athletes sometimes call this choking. The conscious mind takes control of something the unconscious brain already knows how to do. Your brain can become its own obstacle. This does not mean you should stop thinking carefully. Important decisions deserve attention. The goal is not less thinking. The goal is knowing when thinking has stopped helping. A useful question is this: am I gathering new information that will improve my decision? Or am I simply repeating the same worries in different forms? Because there is a difference between thoughtful reflection and mental repetition. Thoughtful reflection moves you forward. Overthinking keeps you in the same place. The most successful decision makers are not people who analyze every possible detail forever. They know when they have enough information. They understand that every choice includes uncertainty. They accept that a good decision made at the right time is often better than a perfect decision that arrives too late. Perhaps the strangest limit of human intelligence is that the same powerful brain that helps us solve problems can also create new ones by thinking endlessly about them. Your mind is capable of incredible analysis, but sometimes the smartest move is not adding another layer of thought. Sometimes the answer appears when you finally allow yourself to decide. Most people can't accurately predict their future feelings. Imagine someone asks you a simple question. How happy will you be 5 years from now? How much will a new job change your life? How amazing will that expensive purchase feel after you finally own it? Most people answer these questions with confidence. We create detailed stories about our future emotions. We imagine the excitement, the satisfaction, the relief, or the disappointment almost as if we are already living those moments. But there is a strange problem. Human beings are surprisingly bad at predicting their own future feelings. Your brain can imagine future events, but it often gets the emotional outcome completely wrong. You think certain experiences will transform your life forever, yet when they finally happen, they feel much more ordinary than expected. You fear situations that later turn out to be manageable. You chase things that seem like they will bring endless happiness, only to discover that your mind quickly adapts. This is one of the most fascinating limits of human intelligence. The same brain that allows you to plan years ahead also struggles to accurately predict what your future self will actually feel. Think about something you wanted desperately in the past. Maybe it was a new phone, a video game, a relationship, a promotion, or something else you believed would make you truly happy. Before you had it, your imagination probably made it feel incredibly important. You thought about it constantly. You pictured the moment you finally achieved it. Then it happened. At first, it felt great. But after some time, the excitement faded. The thing that once occupied your thoughts became normal. You adjusted. Your brain quietly moved the experience from something extraordinary into something familiar. Psychologists call this hedonic adaptation. It describes the human tendency to return to a relatively stable emotional state after major positive or negative experiences. The brain is built to notice changes. New experiences create strong reactions because they provide important information. But once something becomes familiar, the brain reduces its emotional response. This ability is useful because it helps humans survive. Imagine if every sound, smell, or sight created the same intense reaction forever. You would be overwhelmed by everything around you. The brain learns what is normal and stops treating it as urgent. But this survival feature creates a strange prediction error. When you imagine the future, you often imagine the emotional intensity of a new experience without considering how quickly your brain will adapt to it. For example, someone might believe earning more money will completely change their happiness. They imagine having fewer worries, feeling more confident, and finally enjoying life. Money can absolutely improve many aspects of life, especially when it provides security and removes serious stress. But after basic needs are met, the emotional impact of additional money is often smaller than people expect. The brain adjusts to the new reality faster than the imagination predicted. The same thing happens with negative experiences. Before a difficult event, people often imagine that they will never recover. A breakup, a failure, a rejection, or a major mistake can feel impossible to overcome. The mind creates a future where the pain continues forever. But when people actually experience these events, many discover something surprising. The intensity decreases. New experiences appear. Life continues moving forward. Your brain is often wrong in both directions. It overestimates how long happiness will last and overestimates how long suffering will last. This happens because your current emotions influence your predictions about future emotions. When you are sad, your brain imagines a future filled with more sadness. When you are excited, your brain imagines that excitement continuing forever. The emotional state you are in becomes a filter that colors the future you imagine. Think about remembering a time when you were extremely nervous before something important. Maybe before an exam, an interview, or a public performance. In that moment, your brain probably predicted disaster. You imagined forgetting everything, failing completely, or being unable to handle the pressure. But after the event ended, you likely viewed it differently. The fear was real, but your prediction about the future was exaggerated. This reveals another weakness in human thinking. We often confuse the feeling of an emotion with the future reality of that emotion. Because something feels overwhelming now, we assume it will continue feeling overwhelming later. But emotions are temporary systems designed to change. The brain is constantly updating itself based on new experiences. The person you become in the future will not have exactly the same priorities, fears, desires, or expectations that you have today. Yet, when imagining the future, people often assume their current mind will simply be copied into a future body. Psychologists call this the failure to recognize personal change. Humans struggle to imagine how much they will evolve over time. A teenager cannot easily imagine the adult they will become. An adult often struggles to understand how different their older self may feel. This is why people sometimes make decisions that their future selves later regret. They focus on what feels important right now, without considering that their future emotions and values may be completely different. The strange thing is that your brain is excellent at remembering emotions after experiences happen, but it is much less accurate at predicting them before they happen. You understand your past feelings better than your future feelings. This is why experiences often surprise us. A vacation is sometimes less magical than expected. A simple conversation becomes more meaningful than planned. A failure becomes a turning point. A small achievement creates more happiness than a major goal. Reality constantly proves that the human imagination is not a perfect prediction machine. The lesson is not that the future cannot be planned. Planning is one of humanity's greatest strengths. The lesson is that we should be careful when trusting our predictions about how we will feel. The mind creates powerful stories about the future, but those stories are often written by a version of you that does not yet exist. One of the strangest limits of human intelligence is that we can imagine tomorrow, but we cannot fully imagine the person who will experience it. We can predict events, but we struggle to predict our own emotions. The future may arrive exactly as we expected. Yet the person living through it may feel something completely different. Your brain is easily tricked into seeing patterns that don't exist. Look at the clouds for a moment. Have you ever looked up and noticed a face staring back at you? Maybe you saw an animal, a familiar object, or even a shape that seemed almost intentional. The cloud was just water vapor floating through the sky, but your brain instantly created meaning from random information. Now think about looking at a group of stars. Humans have been connecting those tiny points of light for thousands of years, creating constellations and stories from patterns that are not actually connected. The stars are separated by unimaginable distances, yet our minds naturally join them together. This reveals one of the strangest limits of human intelligence. The brain is a powerful pattern recognition machine, but sometimes it becomes so good at finding patterns that it discovers connections where none exist. Your mind is constantly searching for order. It wants the world to make sense. Random events feel uncomfortable because randomness is unpredictable, and the human brain evolved to survive by identifying useful patterns quickly. If something moved in the bushes, our ancestors needed to decide whether it was the wind or a dangerous animal. A brain that searched for possible threats was more likely to survive. The problem is that a system designed to find patterns will sometimes find false ones. Imagine walking through a forest at night and hearing a strange sound. Your brain immediately tries to explain it. Maybe it is an animal. Maybe it is another person. Maybe it is nothing. The brain does not like leaving the question unanswered, so it begins creating possibilities from limited information. Most of the time, this ability protects you, but sometimes it tricks you. Think about a person who notices that every time they carry a certain object, something lucky happens. Maybe they wear a specific shirt before important events, and those events go well. After seeing the pattern several times, the brain starts creating a connection. The shirt becomes associated with success, but the shirt itself may have no effect at all. The events may simply be random. Yet the brain prefers a meaningful explanation over accepting that something happened by chance. Psychologists call this apophenia. It is the tendency to perceive meaningful connections between unrelated things. It is the reason humans see faces in objects, create superstitions, and sometimes believe two events are connected even when there is no evidence that they are. This ability is not simply a flaw. It is actually connected to creativity and intelligence. The same brain that creates false patterns also creates scientific theories, inventions, stories, and art. Finding patterns is how humans discover relationships in the world. A scientist notices repeated observations and creates a theory. An artist notices shapes and emotions and creates something new. A musician recognizes patterns in sound and creates melodies. The problem is not finding patterns. The problem is knowing which patterns are real. Imagine seeing a person wearing a red jacket every time it rains. After noticing this several times, your brain might start assuming there is a connection. Maybe you think red jackets somehow predict rain. But with enough observations, you might discover that the person simply enjoys wearing that jacket during colder weather. Your brain created a story before it had enough evidence. This happens constantly in everyday life. People often notice when something unusual happens after a specific event. They remember the times their prediction was correct and forget the times it was wrong. This is because memory itself is not a perfect recording system. The brain gives more attention to surprising events, especially when they create strong emotions. A person who believes they have bad luck may remember every unfortunate event that supports that belief, while ignoring hundreds of ordinary moments when nothing bad happened. The pattern feels real because the brain keeps collecting evidence for it. The same thing happens with human behavior. Imagine you send someone a message and they do not reply for several hours. Your brain immediately begins searching for explanations. Maybe they are angry. Maybe they are ignoring you. Maybe you did something wrong. But the reality might simply be that they were busy. The brain creates a pattern because uncertainty feels uncomfortable. It would rather have a negative explanation than no explanation at all. This is why conspiracy theories can become so psychologically powerful. They often take random events and connect them into a story that feels meaningful. The human brain is naturally attracted to explanations that create order from confusion. A complicated world becomes easier to understand when everything appears connected, but simplicity can be dangerous when it replaces evidence. The fascinating thing is that even highly intelligent people can fall into this trap. Intelligence does not automatically protect someone from seeing false patterns. In fact, intelligent people can sometimes become better at creating explanations because they have stronger reasoning abilities. The same mental power used for discovery can also be used to defend incorrect beliefs. A person can create a very convincing story around something that is completely false. This is why science relies so heavily on testing ideas. A pattern that seems obvious is not automatically true. Researchers need repeated evidence, controlled experiments, and careful analysis because human intuition alone is vulnerable to illusion. Your brain is constantly making predictions. It is constantly connecting information. It is constantly trying to transform a chaotic world into something understandable. That ability is one of the reasons humans became so successful. But it also means you live inside a mind that sometimes creates reality from imagination. The most surprising part is that your brain does not need complete information to create a convincing pattern. A few repeated events, a strong emotion, or a memorable coincidence can be enough to make something feel meaningful. The feeling of certainty can arrive long before the evidence does. So the next time you notice a strange coincidence or feel like two unrelated events must be connected, remember what is happening inside your mind. Your brain is doing what it was designed to do. It is searching for order in a world full of randomness. But one of the strangest limits of human intelligence is that the same system that helps us discover the hidden patterns of reality can also convince us that imaginary patterns are real. Sometimes the greatest challenge is not finding meaning in the world. It is knowing when the meaning was created by the world and when it was created by us. Intelligence drops dramatically under stress and time pressure. Imagine you are taking an important exam. You studied for weeks. You know the material. You practiced the questions. Before the test began, you could solve every problem easily. But then the clock starts running. You see the timer counting down. Your heart beats faster. Suddenly, simple questions feel confusing. Information that was obvious a few minutes ago seems impossible to access. You start thinking, why can I not remember this? I knew this yesterday. The strange part is that your intelligence did not disappear. Your knowledge did not vanish. Your brain simply changed how it was operating. This reveals one of the most surprising limits of human intelligence. The same mind that can solve difficult problems in a calm environment can struggle with simple tasks when placed under intense stress and time pressure. Your ability is not fixed. It changes depending on the emotional and physical state of your brain. Most people assume intelligence is like a permanent resource. They imagine that a smart person should perform well no matter what situation they are in. But the brain does not work like a machine that produces the same output every time. It is a biological system affected by stress, fear, pressure, and uncertainty. When the environment changes, the brain changes with it. Think about a professional athlete preparing for a major competition. During training, they perform their movements almost perfectly. Their body knows exactly what to do. But when millions of people are watching and the outcome becomes extremely important, even experienced athletes can make unusual mistakes. A simple action suddenly feels complicated. The skill did not disappear. The pressure changed access to the skill. This happens because stress activates survival systems inside the brain. When your brain senses danger, it shifts priorities. For most of human history, stress meant physical threats. A predator nearby, a dangerous situation, a need to react quickly. The brain evolved to prepare the body for immediate action, not to calmly solve complex problems. When stress levels rise, the body releases hormones that increase alertness and prepare you to respond. This can be helpful when you need speed and energy. But when the task requires careful reasoning, creativity, or memory, too much stress can interfere with the very abilities you need most. Your brain becomes focused on the threat instead of the problem. Imagine trying to solve a difficult puzzle while someone repeatedly interrupts you by saying you might fail, even if the puzzle has nothing to do with the interruptions. Part of your attention becomes trapped by the pressure. You are no longer using all of your mental capacity for solving the problem. A portion of your brain is busy monitoring fear. This is why people sometimes experience a mental blank during important moments. A student forgets an answer they knew perfectly. Someone forgets their speech in front of an audience. A skilled worker makes an obvious mistake during a high-pressure situation. The information is still there. The brain simply struggles to retrieve it. A major reason for this is the effect of stress on working memory. Working memory is the mental space where you temporarily hold information while using it. It allows you to remember instructions, compare options, and solve problems step by step. But working memory has limited capacity. When you are stressed, part of that limited space becomes occupied by anxious thoughts. What if I fail? What will people think? I cannot make a mistake. These thoughts may seem separate from the task, but they consume mental resources. The brain is trying to solve two problems at once: the actual challenge in front of you and the emotional threat created by pressure. This is why someone can be extremely knowledgeable and still perform poorly under stress. A surgeon performing a routine procedure may work smoothly because their training allows automatic action. But a sudden emergency with intense pressure can change everything. A driver who normally handles traffic easily may make poor decisions during a stressful situation. A person who communicates confidently in private may struggle when everyone is watching. The environment changes the brain's ability to access what it already knows. Interestingly, some stress can actually improve performance. A small amount of pressure can increase focus, motivation, and energy. This is why deadlines sometimes help people complete tasks faster. The brain becomes more alert. The problem appears when stress becomes too intense. At that point, the same system designed to help you can begin working against you. It is like turning up the volume on a speaker. A little more sound can make the message clearer. Too much volume creates distortion. The same thing happens inside the mind. Time pressure creates a similar problem because it forces the brain to reduce careful analysis. When there is enough time, you can compare options, consider consequences, and think deeply. But when the clock is running out, the brain shifts toward faster decisions. This can be useful when speed matters. Quick reactions save lives in emergencies, but complex problems often require patience and reflection. Under pressure, people become more likely to rely on shortcuts, habits, and assumptions. Sometimes those shortcuts are correct. Sometimes they create mistakes. This explains why people often make decisions they later regret. After the pressure disappears, they look back and think, "Why did I do that?" The answer is that they were not using the same mental state they have afterward. The brain under pressure is a different decision-making system. This is also why preparation is so powerful. Experts do not simply perform well because they are naturally talented. They train until important skills become automatic. By practicing repeatedly, they reduce the amount of conscious thinking required during stressful moments. Their brain has already built efficient pathways that remain available even when pressure rises. A basketball player does not practice free throws because they do not know how to shoot. They practice because they want the skill to survive when their heart is racing and the crowd is watching. The same principle applies to almost every area of life. The goal is not to eliminate stress completely. Stress is part of being human. The goal is to build enough experience and preparation that pressure does not control your thinking. Perhaps the strangest limit of human intelligence is that your brain's ability is not only determined by what you know. It is also determined by the conditions under which you need to use that knowledge. The smartest person in the room can struggle when overwhelmed. The most skilled person can make mistakes when fear takes over. Intelligence is powerful, but it is not separate from emotion. Your brain is not just a thinking machine. It is a survival system trying to think while protecting you at the same time. And sometimes, when the pressure becomes too high, the part of the brain trying to keep you safe becomes the very thing preventing you from showing what you are truly capable of. You can't simulate another person's mind as well as you think. Imagine sitting across from someone you know extremely well. Maybe it is your closest friend, your partner, or a family member. You have spent years with this person. You know their habits, their personality, their likes and dislikes. Now imagine trying to predict exactly what they are thinking in a difficult situation. What would they choose? How would they react? What would they feel? Most people believe they can answer these questions with surprising accuracy. We naturally assume that because we know someone well, we can almost step inside their mind and experience the world from their perspective. But there is a strange limitation hiding beneath that feeling. You are not actually seeing through their eyes. You are using your own mind to create a simulation of theirs. And that simulation is often far less accurate than you believe. This is one of the most fascinating limits of human intelligence. The brain has an incredible ability called theory of mind, which allows us to understand that other people have thoughts, emotions, beliefs, and desires different from our own. This ability is what makes communication, cooperation, and relationships possible. But the same system that helps us understand others also creates illusions. Your brain often fills in the missing information about another person's mind using your own experiences, beliefs, and emotions as a reference point. In simple terms, you often imagine other people thinking like you. Think about a disagreement with someone close to you. You might think, "I know exactly why they said that. I know what they are trying to do. I know what they really mean." The confidence feels natural. But there is a possibility that you are not understanding their perspective at all. You are interpreting their behavior through your own mental framework. Your brain is creating a story. And because the story happens inside your own mind, it feels convincing. This happens because your own thoughts are the only thoughts you have direct access to. You can experience your own emotions instantly. You know your own intentions. You understand the reasons behind your actions, but another person's mind is hidden. You only see the outside. You observe their words, their expressions, and their behavior. Then your brain tries to reconstruct the invisible world behind those actions. It is like trying to understand a movie by watching only a few seconds of each scene. You can make a prediction. You can create a reasonable explanation. But you are still filling in missing information. This is why people often misunderstand each other, even when they have good intentions. Imagine someone does not reply to your message for several hours. Your brain immediately starts searching for an explanation. Maybe they are upset. Maybe they are ignoring you. Maybe they do not care. But there could be hundreds of other possibilities. They could be busy. They could have forgotten. Their phone could be unavailable. They could be dealing with something completely unrelated. The problem is that uncertainty feels uncomfortable. The brain prefers a complete story over an unanswered question. So it creates an explanation, and once that explanation exists, it starts feeling like reality. This is called the false consensus effect. Humans often assume that other people share their opinions, values, and ways of thinking more than they actually do. If you love something, you naturally expect others to understand why it is valuable. If something seems obvious to you, you assume it should be obvious to everyone else. But every person experiences the world through a different collection of memories, emotions, and experiences. Your reality is not their reality. This becomes especially clear when people from different backgrounds disagree. Two people can experience the exact same event and walk away with completely different interpretations. One person sees a challenge. Another sees a threat. One person sees honesty. Another sees criticism. One person sees confidence. Another sees arrogance. The event is the same. The minds interpreting it are different. The strange thing is that even intelligence does not completely solve this problem. A highly intelligent person may become better at analyzing another person's perspective, but they are still limited by their own brain. They still have to use their own thoughts to imagine someone else's thoughts. This is why great writers and actors are so impressive. They are able to create believable characters with completely different personalities, motivations, and emotions. They spend years training their minds to move beyond their own perspective. But even they are not truly entering another person's mind. They are building a more sophisticated simulation. This limitation also affects relationships. Many conflicts happen because people believe they understand the other person's intentions without actually checking. Someone says, "You do not care about me." Another person thinks, "You never listen to me." Both people feel certain they understand the other person's inner world. But often they are reacting to assumptions rather than reality. A simple conversation can reveal that both people were creating inaccurate predictions about each other. This is why curiosity is so important. Instead of assuming you know what someone thinks, asking questions creates a direct connection to information your brain cannot access on its own. The most effective communicators understand that their first interpretation is not always the truth. They leave room for the possibility that another person has a completely different internal experience. This does not mean you can never understand anyone else. Humans are remarkably good at empathy. We can recognize emotions, predict behavior, and build deep connections. But empathy works best when it is combined with humility. The moment you believe you completely understand another person's mind, you become vulnerable to misunderstanding them. The most surprising part is that this limitation exists because the brain is trying to help you. It wants to create a simple, understandable world. It wants to predict people quickly because social decisions matter. Throughout human history, understanding others was essential for survival. But speed comes with a cost. The brain often chooses a believable explanation over a perfectly accurate one. So the next time you think you know exactly what someone else is thinking, remember what is actually happening. You are not reading their mind. You are looking through the lens of your own. One of the strangest limits of human intelligence is that we can understand that other minds exist, imagine what they might feel, and build connections with them, yet we can never fully step outside ourselves and experience reality from another person's perspective. Your brain can create a map of someone else's mind, but the map will always be drawn from your own. Your attention can miss massive changes happening right in front of you. Imagine watching a short video where two teams pass a basketball back and forth. Your only job is simple. Count how many times one team passes the ball. You focus carefully. You track every movement. You concentrate so hard that nothing else seems to exist. Then someone asks you a surprising question. Did you notice the person wearing a strange costume walking through the middle of the scene? Most people confidently say no. The person was clearly visible. They were not hidden. They walked directly across the screen. Yet many viewers completely missed them because their attention was focused on something else. This reveals one of the strangest limits of human intelligence. Your eyes can receive information from the world, but your brain does not automatically allow you to notice everything you see. Attention acts like a filter, deciding what information becomes part of your conscious experience and what information disappears without you ever realizing it. Most people assume seeing and noticing are the same thing. They are not. You can look directly at something and still fail to truly see it. Your brain receives an enormous amount of information every second. Every color, movement, sound, shape, and detail around you competes for processing power. If your brain tried to consciously analyze everything at once, you would be completely overwhelmed. So instead, it makes a decision. It chooses what matters most right now. This ability is incredibly useful. Imagine trying to have a conversation while consciously noticing every sound around you. The hum of a machine, every person's footsteps, every object in your surroundings, every tiny change in lighting. Your brain protects you from this information overload by creating focus. But focus creates blind spots. When your attention locks onto one thing, other information can become almost invisible. Think about driving. When you are searching for a specific street address, you might pass a familiar building without noticing it. The building did not disappear. Your eyes still received the information, but your brain was prioritizing the search, so the building never reached conscious awareness. This is called inattentional blindness. It describes the failure to notice something visible because your attention is occupied somewhere else. The strange part is that people often believe they would notice important changes. They think obvious events cannot escape their awareness. But experiments show that the opposite can happen. In one study, participants watched a conversation between two people. During the interaction, one person was replaced by a completely different person while the scene continued. Surprisingly, many people failed to notice the switch because their attention was focused on answering questions about the conversation. The person changed. The situation changed. But the brain continued as if nothing unusual happened. This tells us something important about perception. Your brain does not create a perfect recording of reality. It creates a useful interpretation. It is not constantly asking, what changed in the entire world around me? It is asking, what information is important for my current goal? That difference is enormous. Imagine you are looking for your keys. You search the table, the kitchen, and your room. The keys are sitting somewhere visible, but your brain keeps searching because you are expecting a certain pattern. You might look directly at them and still not register that they are there. Your attention is not simply a flashlight showing everything in front of you. It is more like a spotlight. Where the spotlight shines becomes clear. Everything outside the beam becomes much less noticeable. This explains why people can experience the same event and remember completely different details. Two people can stand in the same place, watch the same situation, and walk away with different versions of what happened. Their attention selected different information. Their brains created different experiences. This becomes especially important in everyday life because we often underestimate how much we miss. A person may not notice that a friend is feeling different. A manager may miss a small problem developing inside a team. Someone may fail to recognize changes in their own habits because their attention is focused elsewhere. The missing information is not always hidden. Sometimes it is right in front of them. The brain also becomes especially vulnerable when it creates expectations. Once you expect something to happen, your attention becomes more likely to notice information that matches that expectation and ignore information that does not. Think about buying a new car. Suddenly, you start seeing that exact model everywhere. It feels like the car became more common overnight. But the world did not change. Your attention did. The cars were already there. Your brain simply decided they were now relevant. This same process affects how we understand people. If you believe someone is careless, your attention may automatically collect examples that support that belief. If you believe someone is kind, you may notice their positive actions more easily. The brain is constantly filtering reality through expectations. This ability helps us navigate the world quickly, but it also means we do not experience reality exactly as it exists. We experience the version our attention allows through. The most fascinating part is that you are usually unaware of what you are missing. If you knew what you had overlooked, it would no longer be invisible. The biggest blind spots are the ones you cannot see because your brain has already decided they are not important. This is why attention is one of the most valuable resources you have. Where you place it determines what becomes real in your experience. The same world can feel completely different depending on what your mind chooses to highlight. Perhaps the strangest limit of human intelligence is not that we cannot process enough information. It is that we process too much, so the brain has to constantly choose what to ignore. Your attention helps you understand the world, but it also decides which parts of the world you never notice at all. And sometimes the biggest changes are not hidden somewhere far away. They are happening directly in front of you, while your mind is focused on something else. The hard limit on how many close relationships you can maintain. Imagine opening your phone and scrolling through your contacts. Hundreds of names appear. Old classmates, former coworkers, people you met during different stages of life, online friends, people you have exchanged messages with over the years. It feels like you know a lot of people. But now imagine a different challenge. How many of those people could you genuinely understand? How many could you remember important details about? How many could you call when life becomes difficult and expect a meaningful conversation? The answer is probably much smaller than the number of names in your phone. This reveals one of the most fascinating limits of human intelligence. The human brain is built for social connection, but it has a limited capacity for maintaining deep relationships. You can know thousands of people, recognize hundreds of faces, and communicate with countless individuals, but the number of relationships your mind can truly manage is surprisingly restricted. This idea is connected to something called Dunbar's number, a concept proposed by anthropologist Robin Dunbar. The idea suggests that humans have a cognitive limit on the number of stable social relationships they can maintain. The commonly discussed number is around 150 meaningful connections, although the exact number varies between individuals and cultures. But the most interesting part is that this number is not about how many people you know. It is about how many relationships your brain can actively manage. A relationship is not just a name stored in memory. Every person you are close to requires mental information. Their personality, their history, their preferences, their problems, their current situation, the important events happening in their life. Your brain has to constantly update this information. Think about your closest friend. You probably remember their interests, their struggles, their sense of humor, and the things that matter to them. You know how they react in different situations. You understand what they might need without them explaining everything. Now imagine trying to maintain that same level of understanding with hundreds of people. The challenge becomes obvious. Every relationship requires attention, and attention is limited. This is why human relationships naturally form layers. At the center are the people you are emotionally closest to, the people you speak with regularly, the people whose happiness and problems genuinely affect your own emotions. This group is usually very small. Then there is a larger circle of good friends and important connections. You may not talk every day, but the relationship remains meaningful. Beyond that are acquaintances, people you know, enjoy, and recognize, but you do not maintain deep emotional information about them. Your brain organizes relationships this way because it has to. It cannot give the same amount of mental energy to everyone. This explains something many people experience but rarely think about. You can meet someone amazing, become close for a period of time, and then slowly lose contact. It does not necessarily mean the relationship was meaningless. Sometimes the brain simply has limited social bandwidth. New relationships require space. When your life becomes filled with new people, old connections may naturally become weaker because maintaining every relationship at the same intensity is impossible. This becomes even more interesting in the modern world. Technology has completely changed how many people we can interact with. Social media allows us to follow thousands of individuals. We can see their updates, comment on their posts, and remain loosely connected across years. But digital connection is not the same as deep relationship maintenance. Your brain may recognize a person's name and face, but true closeness requires more than recognition. It requires shared experiences, emotional understanding, and ongoing interaction. A person can have thousands of followers and still have very few people they can truly rely on. This is why social media can create a strange illusion. It gives us the feeling of being socially connected to many people, but the human brain still operates with ancient limits. The technology expanded the number of people we can reach, but it did not dramatically expand the amount of emotional attention we can provide. The result is that many people are connected to more people than ever before while still feeling lonely. The brain cares less about the size of your network and more about the quality of your bonds. There is another fascinating reason relationships are limited. Humans do not just remember information about people. We also simulate their minds. We try to understand what they are thinking, how they feel, and why they behave a certain way. Every close relationship requires a small model of another person's inner world, and building those models takes mental effort. You are not simply remembering someone's name. You are maintaining an understanding of a living, changing person. That requires cognitive resources. This is why emotional exhaustion can happen after too much social interaction. Even positive conversations require mental processing. You are reading expressions, choosing responses, remembering past details, and adjusting your behavior. The brain is constantly working in the background. This also explains why relationships often change throughout life. A person may have many close friends during school because everyone shares the same environment. Daily contact happens naturally. But later, careers, families, and different lifestyles create distance. Maintaining every connection becomes harder because the structure that supported those relationships disappears. The brain has to choose where to invest its limited social energy. This does not mean humans are bad at relationships. It means relationships are valuable because they require something scarce: attention, time, mental effort. The most meaningful connections survive because people continue choosing to invest those resources in each other. Perhaps the strangest limit of human intelligence is that the same brain capable of understanding other people, creating friendships, and building communities still has a ceiling on how many minds it can truly keep track of. You can know thousands of faces. You can communicate with millions of people. But the human mind was designed for something much smaller, a limited number of deep connections. And maybe that limitation is not a weakness. Maybe it is the reason close relationships feel so powerful. Because your brain cannot fully hold everyone, the people it chooses to hold deeply become incredibly important. Your brain rewrites memories every time you recall them. Think about your strongest memory from childhood. Maybe it is a family trip, a birthday celebration, a frightening moment, or a conversation that changed how you saw someone. Close your eyes and picture it. You probably feel confident that you are replaying something that actually happened. It feels like your brain is opening a saved recording. But that is not what is happening. Every time you remember something, your brain is not simply playing back the original event. It is rebuilding the memory from pieces, and during that process, the memory can change. This is one of the strangest limits of human intelligence. We often believe memories are permanent records of the past, like videos stored inside our minds. But human memory is much more flexible and much less accurate than we imagine. Your brain does not store your experiences exactly as they happened. It stores a version of them, and every time you recall that version, it can be modified. The past can quietly change each time you visit it. To understand why, imagine opening an old document on your computer. If you only read the file, the information stays the same. But human memory works differently. It is more like opening the document, editing parts of it, saving it again, and then opening the updated version next time. The strange part is that you usually do not notice the changes. Your brain makes them feel like the original memory. This process is called memory reconsolidation. When you remember something, the brain temporarily makes that memory active. During this active state, the memory becomes flexible before being stored again. New information, emotions, and experiences can influence how that memory is saved the next time. In simple terms, remembering is also rewriting. Think about a story you have told many times. Maybe it is a funny event from years ago. Every time you tell it, you focus on certain details. You make the story clearer. You emphasize the funniest part. You include details that make the lesson stronger. Over time, the version you tell becomes the version you remember. But some parts may have changed. Not because you are lying, because your brain is naturally editing. This is why two people can experience the same event and later remember it differently. Each person stores the experience through their own emotions, attention, and perspective. They do not create a perfect copy of reality. They create a personal interpretation. Imagine two friends watching the same argument between two people. One person focuses on the anger in someone's voice. The other focuses on the words that were said. Years later, they may remember completely different versions of what happened. Both memories feel real. Both people can be completely honest. But both memories were shaped by different minds. This reveals something important about memory. It is not only about what happened. It is also about how your brain understood what happened. Emotions play a powerful role in this process. When something feels important, the brain gives it more attention. Emotional moments often become stronger memories because the brain marks them as valuable information. This helps humans remember dangerous situations, important relationships, and meaningful experiences. But strong emotions do not guarantee perfect accuracy. In fact, intense emotions can sometimes make memories feel more certain than they actually are. Think about a stressful event. A person might remember every detail with complete confidence. They might believe they know exactly what happened, who was there, and what was said. But confidence and accuracy are not the same thing. The brain can create a powerful feeling of certainty around a memory that has been changed over time. This is why eyewitness testimony can sometimes be unreliable. A person may honestly believe they remember an event correctly, but their memory may have been influenced by questions, conversations, expectations, or later information. The brain is not trying to deceive you. It is trying to create a coherent story. And sometimes a coherent story is not the same as a perfectly accurate one. This same mechanism is actually one of the reasons humans are so adaptable. A completely fixed memory system would be a disadvantage. The world changes constantly, and the brain needs to update information. If you learned that a person you trusted was dangerous, your brain would need to adjust your memories and understanding of that relationship. If you gained new knowledge, your brain would need to reinterpret past experiences through that new perspective. Memory is flexible because intelligence requires flexibility. But that flexibility comes with a cost. The same system that helps you learn and adapt can also distort your view of the past. This is why nostalgia can be so powerful. When people remember the past, they often do not remember a perfect copy of what happened. They remember a reconstruction influenced by their current emotions, beliefs, and experiences. A difficult period of life can later feel meaningful. A simple moment can become a treasured memory. A person who once seemed ordinary can become unforgettable years later. The memory changes because the person remembering has changed. Your present self influences your past self. The most fascinating part is that you are constantly carrying these rewritten memories without realizing it. They shape your identity, your decisions, and your beliefs about who you are. You believe you know your own story, but that story is being updated every time you remember it. This does not mean memories are useless. They are incredibly valuable. They help us learn, maintain relationships, and understand our lives. Without memory flexibility, humans would struggle to adapt. The lesson is simply that memory is not a perfect recording system. It is a living process. Your brain is not storing the past like a camera storing footage. It is rebuilding the past every time you access it, combining fragments of what happened with your current understanding of the world. Perhaps the strangest limit of human intelligence is that the very thing we use to understand our past is constantly changing that past. You are not just remembering your memories, you are helping recreate them. And every time you open the door to an old experience, your brain quietly edits the story before placing it back into your mind. People consistently overestimate how much they understand complex things. Think about the last time you watched a video explaining a complicated topic. Maybe it was about how a computer works, how the economy functions, how the human brain creates thoughts, or how a major invention changed the world. As you watched, everything seemed clear. The explanation flowed smoothly. Every idea connected perfectly. You finished watching and thought, I understand this. But then someone asked you a simple question. How exactly does it work? Suddenly, the confidence disappeared. You realized you knew the general idea, but explaining the actual details was much harder than expected. This reveals one of the most fascinating limits of human intelligence. The brain often mistakes familiarity for understanding. We feel like we understand something simply because we recognize the words, the concepts, or the general explanation. But true understanding requires something much deeper. It requires being able to explain the system, the connections, and the reasons behind it. And this is where human confidence often becomes unreliable. Imagine someone asks you to explain how a toilet works. Most people feel like they understand it. They know you press a button or pull a handle, water moves, and the waste disappears. Simple. But now try explaining every step. How does the water enter the tank? What controls the flow? How does the valve know when to stop? How does the pressure create the flushing action? How do all the parts work together? Many people quickly discover that their understanding was much thinner than they believed. This phenomenon is sometimes called the illusion of explanatory depth. It describes how people tend to believe they understand complex systems better than they actually do. The strange part is that this illusion happens because the brain is efficient. Your mind does not store every detail about everything you encounter. That would be impossible. Instead, it creates shortcuts. It stores the basic idea and relies on the environment, other people, and tools to fill in the missing information when needed. This ability is incredibly useful. You do not need to understand every mechanical detail of a car engine to drive safely. You do not need to understand every biological process inside your body to live your life. You do not need to know exactly how a smartphone processes information to use one every day. Human civilization works because people can specialize. The problem appears when we confuse functional knowledge with deep understanding. Knowing how to use something is not the same as knowing how it works. Think about riding a bicycle. Almost everyone understands how to ride one. You know how to balance, steer, and move forward. But if someone asked you to explain the physics behind maintaining balance while turning, the role of momentum, and the exact forces involved, the explanation becomes much more difficult. You have practical knowledge, not complete understanding. This becomes especially important when people discuss complicated topics. A person may watch a few videos about a scientific subject and quickly feel like they understand the entire field. They learn some terms, recognize some ideas, and gain confidence. But experts often spend years studying the same topic because every answer reveals more questions. Complex systems have hidden layers. The brain struggles to see those hidden layers because it naturally focuses on the surface. This is why simple explanations can sometimes be dangerous. They create the feeling of understanding without the depth that comes from examining the details. A complicated problem is often reduced into a simple story because simple stories are easier for the brain to remember. But reality is usually more complicated. The same limitation affects everyday decisions. People often believe they understand why a company succeeds, why a person behaves a certain way, or why a social problem exists. They create a simple explanation and feel satisfied because the explanation sounds logical. But when they examine the issue more carefully, they discover dozens of hidden factors they never considered. The brain prefers complete stories. It dislikes uncertainty, so it fills gaps with assumptions. This is why experts often sound more cautious than beginners. A beginner may say, "I understand exactly what is happening." An expert may say, "There are several factors involved, and we still do not fully understand certain parts." The difference is not that the expert knows less. The expert sees more complexity. True understanding often creates humility because the deeper you explore a subject, the more you discover how much remains unknown. This is one reason overconfidence can be so common. A small amount of knowledge can feel powerful because it removes the confusion of complete ignorance. But deeper knowledge reveals additional layers that were invisible before. Imagine looking at the ocean from the shore. It seems simple. Water, waves, and a horizon. But the deeper you explore, the more complicated the system becomes. Currents, ecosystems, chemistry, weather patterns, and countless hidden processes appear. The ocean did not become more complicated. Your understanding became deeper. The same thing happens with almost every area of knowledge. The human brain is constantly trying to save energy. It creates simplified models of reality so we can make decisions quickly. These models are useful, but they are not complete copies of the world. The danger comes when we forget that they are simplified. We start believing our mental model is the full truth. The most fascinating part is that this limitation affects everyone, including intelligent people. Intelligence can help you learn faster, but it does not automatically prevent you from overestimating your understanding. In fact, intelligent people can sometimes create more convincing explanations for things they only partially understand. A confident explanation is not always a complete explanation. The solution is not to doubt everything. It is to recognize the difference between knowing about something and truly understanding it. When you can explain the process, identify the limits, and predict what happens when conditions change, you are moving closer to real understanding. Perhaps the strangest limit of human intelligence is that the brain can create a powerful feeling of knowledge even when important pieces are missing. You can feel like you understand the world while only holding a small part of the picture. And the moment you realize that, something interesting happens. The goal of intelligence stops being proving that you know everything. It becomes recognizing how much more there is to learn. The illusion of control makes you believe luck is skill. Imagine you are playing a game where you have to roll a dice. Before you roll, you take a deep breath. You shake the dice a little longer. You throw it with more force. You feel like your technique matters. Then someone asks you a simple question. Did your actions actually change the result? The answer is no. The dice was always random, but the strange thing is that your brain naturally wants to believe you had some influence over what happened. This reveals one of the most fascinating limits of human intelligence. The mind often creates a feeling of control even in situations where control does not exist. We are uncomfortable with randomness, so we search for patterns, strategies, and personal influence. Sometimes we correctly identify skills that matter. Other times we convince ourselves that luck was actually our ability. Your brain wants to believe that outcomes have understandable causes, because a world where effort creates results feels safer than a world where important things can happen randomly. Think about someone who wins a lottery. After winning, they might remember exactly where they bought the ticket, what they were doing that day, or what decision they made before purchasing it. They may feel like there was something special about their approach, but millions of people made similar choices and lost. The winning ticket was not created by superior skill. It was created by chance. Yet the human brain naturally searches for a reason. This is called the illusion of control. It is the tendency to overestimate our ability to influence events that are largely determined by luck or outside forces. The strange part is that this illusion can appear even when people know something is random. A person can understand intellectually that a coin toss is unpredictable, yet still feel that certain actions might improve the outcome. They may believe throwing the coin a certain way, choosing a specific side, or following a personal ritual increases their chances. The logical part of the brain understands randomness. The emotional part still wants control. This desire is deeply connected to human survival. For early humans, recognizing patterns was extremely valuable. If someone noticed that certain plants caused illness or certain animal behaviors predicted danger, that pattern could save their life. The brain evolved to search for connections because real connections mattered. But a system designed to find patterns will sometimes find imaginary ones. This is why humans create superstitions. An athlete wears a specific pair of socks before every successful game. A performer follows the same routine before going on stage. Someone believes a particular object brings good luck. The object itself has no magical power, but the belief may change behavior. The athlete may feel more confident. The performer may become calmer. The routine may help them enter a focused mental state. The interesting part is that the action can improve performance indirectly, even though it does not control the external event. The brain mixes together two different things: influencing your own behavior and controlling the outcome. Those are not the same. This confusion appears everywhere. Consider investing. A person makes a successful investment and believes it happened because of their intelligence. They remember the research they did, the decisions they made, and the confidence they felt. But they may ignore factors outside their control: market conditions, timing, unexpected events, economic changes. Sometimes skill creates success. Sometimes luck creates success. Often, it is a combination of both. The difficult part is separating them. The human brain is especially bad at this because success creates a powerful emotional effect. When something works, we naturally search backward for an explanation. We create a story about why it happened. The story gives us confidence. But confidence does not always mean accuracy. This is why successful people can sometimes become overconfident. They experience a few victories and assume those victories prove they have complete control. They forget the role of uncertainty. A person who wins several times in a row may believe they discovered a perfect strategy. But a streak can happen through chance. The same problem appears in failure. Someone can make a good decision and still get a bad outcome because of circumstances beyond their control. But humans often judge decisions only by results. If something worked, we assume the decision was smart. If something failed, we assume the decision was wrong. Reality is more complicated. Good choices can create bad results. Bad choices can sometimes create good results. Understanding this requires accepting uncertainty, which the brain naturally dislikes. This is why the illusion of control can feel comforting. It gives us a sense that the world is predictable. If we believe our actions directly determine everything, then we feel safer. But this belief can also create problems. It can make people blame themselves for things they could not control. It can make people ignore randomness. It can make people underestimate risk because they believe their skill protects them from uncertainty. The most successful thinkers understand the difference between control and influence. You can prepare. You can improve your chances. You can develop skills. But you cannot control every outcome. A skilled pilot can reduce risk, but cannot control the weather completely. A talented athlete can train harder, but cannot guarantee victory. A smart business owner can make excellent decisions, but cannot remove every unpredictable event. Human intelligence becomes stronger when it recognizes the limits of its own power. The fascinating thing is that the illusion of control exists because the brain is trying to help. Believing your actions matter encourages learning, effort, and persistence. Without some sense of control, people would struggle to take action. The problem appears when the feeling becomes stronger than reality. Perhaps the strangest limit of human intelligence is that the same brain that helps us create strategies, solve problems, and improve our lives can also convince us that we are controlling events that are mostly shaped by chance. Sometimes skill creates success. Sometimes luck creates success. And the hardest thing for the human mind is admitting that it cannot always tell the difference. Your decisions are influenced before you're conscious of making them. Imagine you are standing in a store looking at two products. You believe you are carefully comparing the options. You look at the features, the price, and the quality. After thinking for a moment, you make your choice. It feels like you made a completely conscious decision. You looked at the information. You considered your options. You chose. But what if the decision was already being influenced before you even realized you were making it? What if your brain had started preparing the answer before your conscious mind entered the conversation? This reveals one of the strangest limits of human intelligence. We like to believe we are fully in control of our thoughts and choices, but much of the decision-making process happens beneath conscious awareness. The brain is constantly processing information in the background, creating preferences, evaluating risks, and preparing actions before you feel like you have made a decision. Your conscious mind often arrives after the process has already started. This does not mean you have no control over your decisions. It does not mean your choices are meaningless. Instead, it reveals something more surprising. The part of your brain you experience as yourself is only one part of a much larger system making decisions behind the scenes. Think about something simple. Imagine catching a ball thrown toward you. You do not calculate the speed of the ball. You do not measure the distance. You do not consciously decide which muscles should move first. Your brain processes the information almost instantly, and your body reacts. The conscious explanation comes afterward. You think, I caught the ball, but your brain was already doing thousands of calculations before that thought appeared. The same hidden processing happens with many everyday decisions. When you meet someone new, you often form an impression within seconds. You notice their facial expression, tone of voice, posture, and behavior. Before you consciously analyze these details, your brain has already started creating a feeling about that person. You may feel comfortable. You may feel uncertain. You may feel interested. The feeling appears first. The explanation often comes later. This happens because the brain is designed for speed. Throughout human history, making fast judgments was valuable. A person who could quickly recognize danger, trust, or opportunity had an advantage. The brain developed systems that operate automatically because waiting for complete analysis would often be too slow. But automatic decision-making creates a strange problem. The brain can be influenced by information you are not actively aware of. Consider how much your environment affects you. The music playing in a store, the lighting, the arrangement of products, the words used in an advertisement, the emotions you are experiencing at that moment. All of these factors can influence your choices without you consciously noticing. You might believe you chose something because it was the best option, but your decision may also have been shaped by subtle signals your brain absorbed in the background. This is why marketing is so powerful. Companies do not only compete by explaining why their products are useful, they also create associations. A brand becomes connected with certain emotions, lifestyles, or identities. Over time, the brain remembers those connections, and when you see the product again, a feeling may appear before a logical evaluation begins. You do not simply think about a brand, you feel something about it. The fascinating part is that this process happens without any sense of manipulation. The brain is simply doing what it always does. It is collecting information, building associations, and using previous experiences to guide future choices. Your past is constantly participating in your present decisions. This is also why people sometimes struggle to explain why they made a choice. Someone might say, I just had a feeling. That feeling may come from thousands of small pieces of information processed outside awareness, previous experiences, patterns, memories, emotional reactions, small details that the conscious mind never focused on. Intuition is often the result of hidden processing. But intuition can also be wrong. Because the unconscious brain learns from experience, it can develop inaccurate associations. If someone has repeated negative experiences with a certain situation, their brain may automatically create a warning signal even when the current situation is safe. The brain is trying to protect you, but its predictions are not always perfect. This is why understanding hidden influences is so important. If you believe every decision comes purely from conscious logic, you may never question the invisible factors shaping your choices. Your environment influences you. Your emotions influence you. Your memories influence you. Your expectations influence you. All of these factors become part of the decision before you ever become aware of them. The strange thing is that people often create explanations for decisions after they have already been made. The brain is excellent at creating stories. If someone asks why you chose a particular option, your mind quickly produces an answer. Sometimes that explanation is accurate. Other times, it is simply the brain making sense of a decision that was influenced by many hidden processes. This does not mean the explanation is fake. It means the full story is more complicated. Your conscious mind is not the only author of your decisions. It is more like the narrator explaining a process that has already been unfolding. This idea changes how we think about free will and intelligence. The human brain is not a simple machine where a conscious thinker sits at the controls making every decision. It is a complex network of systems working together, some visible and some hidden. The most intelligent approach is not to pretend these hidden influences do not exist. It is to become aware of them. When you understand that your decisions are shaped by unconscious processes, you can create better conditions for making choices. You can question your assumptions. You can slow down when emotions are strong. You can examine whether your preferences are truly yours or simply the result of repeated influences. The goal is not to eliminate unconscious thinking. That would be impossible. The goal is to understand the relationship between the hidden and conscious parts of your mind. Perhaps the strangest limit of human intelligence is that the brain making the decision and the mind experiencing the decision are not always working at the same speed. Sometimes your brain has already started choosing before you even realize there is a choice to make. And the person who believes they are completely in control may only be seeing the final chapter of a much larger process happening silently underneath. The brain struggles to separate coincidence from causation. Imagine you wake up one morning and decide to wear a specific shirt. Later that day, something amazing happens. You get an unexpected opportunity. You receive good news. Something you wanted finally works out. Now imagine the same thing happens again and again. After a while, a thought begins to appear. Maybe this shirt brings me good luck. You know logically that a piece of clothing cannot control the events of your life. But part of your brain starts feeling a connection anyway. The timing feels meaningful. The pattern feels real. This reveals one of the strangest limits of human intelligence. The brain is naturally built to search for causes, but sometimes it creates connections between events that are only related by coincidence. We do not just notice what happens. We automatically try to explain why it happens, and sometimes the explanation is completely wrong. Your brain is a prediction machine. Every moment, it is trying to understand the world by connecting actions with outcomes. This ability is incredibly valuable. If you touch something hot and feel pain, your brain creates a connection. If a certain food makes you sick, your brain remembers it. If a particular behavior leads to success, your brain learns from it. Finding causes is how humans learn. But the same system that discovers real causes can also create imaginary ones. The brain would rather believe there is a hidden reason than accept that something happened randomly. Think about a person who checks the weather before leaving home. One day they forget to check, and it rains. The next time they forget, something else goes wrong. Eventually, they start feeling like forgetting to check the weather causes bad outcomes. But the two events may have nothing to do with each other. The brain simply connected them because they appeared together. This is called the confusion between correlation and causation. Correlation means two things happen together. Causation means one thing directly creates another. The difficult part is that the human brain is much better at noticing correlation than proving causation. If two events appear at the same time, the brain immediately starts building a story, and stories feel convincing. Imagine you hear that a successful person wakes up at 5 in the morning every day. It is easy to conclude that waking up early caused their success. But what if the real reason is something else? Maybe they are disciplined in many areas. Maybe they had unique opportunities. Maybe they developed skills over years. Maybe waking up early is only one small part of a much larger system. The brain often grabs the most visible connection and treats it as the explanation. This happens because simple explanations are easier to process. A complicated world filled with uncertainty is mentally exhausting. The brain saves energy by creating shortcuts. It looks for patterns that are useful enough to guide decisions quickly. Usually, this works. But sometimes it creates false confidence. This is why superstitions are so common across human cultures. A person performs a ritual before an important event. The event goes well. The brain links the ritual with success. The ritual happens again. The person feels more confident because they believe they have discovered something important. But confidence itself may be the real factor changing performance. The ritual did not change reality. The belief changed behavior. This difference is subtle but powerful. The brain often confuses the thing that changes your mindset with the thing that changes the external outcome. The same problem appears when people judge their own decisions. Imagine someone starts a business and becomes successful. They look back and identify the choices they made. They believe those choices created their success. Sometimes they are right. But sometimes they are ignoring the role of timing, luck, economic conditions, and countless factors outside their control. Success creates a strong temptation to believe there was a simple formula. Failure creates the opposite problem. A person can make a smart decision and still experience a bad outcome, but because the outcome was negative, the brain assumes the decision itself must have been wrong. The human mind often judges causes by results. But reality is more complicated. A good decision can lead to failure. A poor decision can lead to success. Luck can imitate skill. Skill can be hidden by bad luck. Separating the two requires careful thinking. This limitation becomes even more interesting because the brain is not trying to trick you. It is trying to protect you. For our ancestors, quickly identifying possible causes was extremely important. If someone ate a certain plant and became sick, assuming a connection was safer than ignoring it. If a certain location was dangerous, remembering the association could save a life. The brain evolved to prefer false alarms over missed dangers. But in modern life, this same system can create mistaken beliefs. You may think a person caused your bad mood when you were already stressed. You may think a certain habit guarantees success because it worked once. You may believe an event happened because of your actions when chance played the bigger role. The brain creates a satisfying explanation. But satisfaction is not proof. This is why science depends on testing. Scientists do not simply ask whether two things happen together. They ask whether changing one thing actually changes another. They look for evidence that separates true causes from accidental patterns. This process is difficult because it goes against our natural instincts. Our brains want fast answers. Reality often requires patience. The most fascinating part is that even highly intelligent people can fall into this trap. Intelligence does not remove the brain's tendency to search for causes. In fact, intelligent people can sometimes become better at creating explanations because they have stronger reasoning abilities. A convincing explanation is not always a correct explanation. The brain can build a beautiful story around a coincidence. Perhaps the strangest limit of human intelligence is that the same ability that helps us understand the universe can also make us see connections that are not there. We are designed to search for reasons. We are designed to find patterns. We are designed to explain. But sometimes the hardest thing to recognize is that not every event has a hidden cause. Sometimes two things happen together simply because the universe is full of possibilities, and the greatest sign of intelligence is not finding a reason for everything. It is knowing when a reason actually exists. Language limits what you can easily think about. Imagine trying to explain a color that you have never seen before. Not a different shade of blue or green, a completely new color that exists outside every experience you have ever had. You can understand the idea. You can imagine that something like this might exist, but actually experiencing that color inside your mind is almost impossible. This reveals one of the strangest limits of human intelligence. The way we think is deeply connected to the tools we use to think, and one of the most powerful tools shaping our thoughts is language. Words do not just help us communicate ideas. They influence how easily we can create, organize, and understand those ideas. Your mind can explore many things, but language decides which thoughts are easy to hold. Think about trying to explain a complicated emotion. Sometimes you feel something clearly, but when you try to describe it, the feeling becomes difficult to capture. You know there is something happening inside you, but the right words do not exist. The experience is real. The explanation is missing. This shows that human thought is not always limited by intelligence alone. Sometimes the limitation comes from the structure of the concepts available to us. Language gives shape to the invisible world inside our minds. Without words, some ideas remain vague and difficult to examine. Imagine trying to understand time without words like yesterday, tomorrow, soon, or later. Humans would still experience changes and events, but organizing those experiences into a clear concept would become much harder. Words create mental categories. They help the brain separate one idea from another. This ability is incredibly powerful because the world around us contains endless information. The brain needs ways to organize that information efficiently. Language provides labels that allow us to group experiences, compare them, and communicate them to others. But those labels also influence what we notice. A famous example comes from how different languages describe colors. Some languages divide colors differently than others. A language may have separate words for shades that another language groups together under one word. When people have different words available, their brains may become more likely to notice those differences. The world itself does not change. The way attention is directed changes. This does not mean language completely controls thought. Humans can understand many concepts without having perfect words for them. A person can recognize a feeling before they know how to describe it. An artist can imagine something before explaining it. A scientist can discover something before naming it. But having language often makes thinking easier and more precise. A word gives the brain a handle. It allows a complicated idea to become something you can hold, examine, and share. This is why naming something can feel so powerful. Think about emotions. A person may feel uncomfortable, frustrated, or overwhelmed without understanding why. Then they learn a word that describes the experience. Suddenly, the feeling becomes easier to understand. The emotion did not appear because of the word. The word simply gave the mind a structure for recognizing it. This is also why experts in different fields develop specialized vocabulary. Scientists, musicians, engineers, and artists create precise terms because ordinary language is often not enough to describe complex ideas. A beginner may see one general concept. An expert sees dozens of distinctions. The difference is not only knowledge. It is the language used to organize that knowledge. However, language can also create limitations. Once a concept has a familiar name, people may stop questioning it. A label can make something feel more understood than it actually is. For example, saying someone has a certain personality trait can create the illusion that we understand why they behave a certain way. But a label is not an explanation. It is only a description. The word gives us a feeling of understanding. The deeper causes may still remain unknown. This happens with many complex human experiences. People use words like intelligence, success, happiness, or creativity as if they represent simple things. But each of these concepts contains many different processes and meanings. A single word can hide an entire world of complexity. The brain loves shortcuts, and language provides some of the strongest shortcuts available. This is useful because humans need to think quickly. But shortcuts can also limit imagination. If you only have familiar words and familiar categories, some possibilities become harder to consider. This is why learning new languages can change the way people think. A new language introduces different ways of organizing experiences. It can reveal distinctions that were previously invisible. You begin noticing ideas that were always present but difficult to separate. The language did not create a new reality. It created a new way of seeing the same reality. This is also why conversations are so powerful. When two people discuss an idea, they are not simply exchanging information. They are comparing different mental structures. They are discovering how another person organizes the world. Sometimes another person's words allow you to think thoughts that were difficult to reach alone. The most fascinating part is that humans often believe they are thinking freely, separate from language. But every thought you describe, analyze, or communicate is shaped by the concepts available to you. Your vocabulary becomes part of your mental toolkit. A richer toolkit allows more precise thinking. A limited toolkit can make certain ideas harder to explore. This does not mean people with smaller vocabularies are less intelligent. Intelligence is much broader than language. Humans can reason through images, emotions, patterns, and experiences. But language remains one of the most powerful systems influencing how easily certain thoughts can be created and shared. Perhaps the strangest limit of human intelligence is that the mind capable of imagining entire worlds still depends on a collection of symbols to organize those worlds. You do not just use language to express your thoughts. You use language to build many of your thoughts in the first place. And sometimes the ideas you cannot easily think about are not impossible. They are simply waiting for the right words. Mental fatigue quietly shrinks your problem-solving ability. Imagine sitting in front of a problem that normally takes you only a few minutes to solve. You have handled similar situations before. You know exactly what to do. But today something feels different. You read the same sentence again and again. You lose your place halfway through. Simple ideas refuse to connect. The answer feels like it is hiding just beyond your reach. You start wondering if you are becoming less intelligent. But the truth is much stranger. Your intelligence has not disappeared. Your brain is simply exhausted. This reveals one of the most overlooked limits of human intelligence. Your ability to solve problems is not fixed throughout the day. It quietly rises and falls depending on how mentally tired your brain has become. Even the smartest person can struggle with simple reasoning after hours of continuous thinking, because the brain itself is running on limited mental resources. Most people imagine the brain as a machine that works at full power from morning until night. As long as you are awake, it should keep producing the same quality of thinking. But the brain does not work like a computer. It works more like a muscle. The more intensely you use it without recovery, the harder it becomes to perform at your best. Think about carrying a heavy backpack. At first, it feels manageable. After several hours, the exact same weight feels much heavier. The backpack did not change. Your body did. The same thing happens inside your mind. Every decision you make, every problem you solve, every conversation you analyze, every distraction you resist, and every piece of information you process places a small demand on your mental systems. None of these tasks seem overwhelming on their own, but together they slowly create fatigue. The strange part is that mental fatigue rarely announces itself clearly. You do not suddenly feel your intelligence dropping. Instead, your thinking becomes subtly different. You become less patient. You overlook details. You rely on habits instead of careful reasoning. You choose the first acceptable answer rather than searching for the best one. The decline happens so gradually that many people never notice it. One important reason is that complex thinking depends heavily on the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain involved in planning, reasoning, attention, and self-control. When you are mentally fresh, this system helps you compare options, resist impulsive choices, and solve difficult problems. But after hours of sustained effort, this system becomes less efficient. The brain starts looking for shortcuts, not because it is lazy, because it is trying to conserve energy. Imagine spending an entire day making hundreds of decisions. Which message should you answer first? What should you eat? Which task deserves your attention? How should you respond during meetings? Even small decisions require mental effort. By the evening, choosing something as simple as what to cook for dinner can suddenly feel surprisingly difficult. The problem is not the dinner. It is the accumulated weight of every decision that came before it. This is often called decision fatigue. The brain reaches a point where making one more thoughtful choice becomes harder than it should be. That is why people often make more impulsive decisions when they are mentally exhausted. They may spend money they did not plan to spend. They may avoid important work. They may become impatient with other people over small issues. The quality of their thinking quietly changes. The same pattern appears during learning. Have you ever studied for hours only to realize that you are reading the same paragraph without remembering any of it? Your eyes move across the page, but your mind is no longer building meaningful understanding. Many people assume they simply need to push harder. But sometimes the most productive choice is to stop. The brain needs periods of recovery to organize information, strengthen memories, and restore attention. Without that recovery, adding more hours does not always create more learning. Sometimes it creates less. Mental fatigue also affects creativity. People often believe creativity comes only from working longer. But many breakthroughs happen after stepping away from a difficult problem. During rest, the brain continues processing information in the background. Connections that seemed impossible during intense focus suddenly become obvious later. This is why solutions sometimes appear during a walk, a shower, or just before falling asleep. Your brain never completely stops working. It simply changes how it works. The fascinating part is that mentally tired people often do not realize how impaired they have become. Just as someone who is physically exhausted may underestimate how slowly they are moving, a mentally exhausted person may believe they are thinking as clearly as ever. This makes fatigue especially dangerous. You trust your judgment at the exact moment your judgment is becoming less reliable. It also explains why arguments become more common late at night. When mental energy is low, people become less able to consider different perspectives. Patience decreases. Emotional reactions become stronger. Small misunderstandings grow into larger conflicts because the brain no longer has enough resources for careful self-control. The limitation is not a lack of intelligence. It is a lack of available mental energy. This is why many high performers protect their most important thinking. They schedule demanding work during the hours when their minds are freshest. They reduce unnecessary decisions. They take breaks before their attention completely collapses. They understand something that many people ignore. The brain performs best when it is respected as a living system, not treated like an endless machine. Perhaps the strangest limit of human intelligence is that your ability to solve problems depends not only on how much you know, but also on the condition of the mind trying to use that knowledge. A brilliant idea can disappear under exhaustion. A simple problem can feel impossible after too many hours of thinking. And sometimes the smartest decision you can make is not to think harder. It is to recognize that your brain has been working all along, quietly carrying every decision, every distraction, and every challenge until it no longer has the strength to think as clearly as it truly can. The brain can't process truly random events naturally. Imagine someone asks you to write down a completely random sequence of heads and tails from a coin toss. You confidently begin writing. Heads, tails, heads, tails, tails. You avoid repeating the same result too many times because it feels unrealistic. A long streak of heads looks suspicious, almost like something must be wrong. But if you flipped a real coin thousands of times, long streaks would happen naturally. The strange part is that the sequence created by your brain often looks less random than actual randomness. This reveals one of the most fascinating limits of human intelligence. The human brain is remarkably good at finding patterns, but it is surprisingly bad at understanding what true randomness actually looks like. We expect random events to appear balanced, evenly mixed, and constantly changing. Reality does not work that way. Randomness often looks strangely organized, and sometimes it even looks intentional. Your brain does not like this. It constantly searches for order, because that ability helped humans survive for thousands of years. If our ancestors noticed that certain sounds meant danger or certain weather patterns predicted storms, recognizing those connections could save their lives. The brain evolved to ask one question over and over. Why did this happen? That question is incredibly useful when real causes exist, but truly random events do not always have satisfying answers. Imagine flipping a coin 10 times. Most people expect something close to 5 heads and 5 tails. If the result is 8 heads and 2 tails, it feels unusual. Some people even begin thinking the next flips are more likely to produce tails because the sequence somehow needs to balance itself. But the coin has no memory. Every flip begins from the same starting point. The previous result does not influence the next one. Your brain understands this logically. Yet emotionally, it still expects fairness. This mistaken intuition is known as the gambler's fallacy. It happens when people believe that random events should naturally correct themselves in the short term. After seeing several identical outcomes in a row, the brain starts expecting the opposite result. But randomness does not care about expectations. A coin can land on heads 10 times in a row without violating the laws of probability. The sequence feels impossible. It is not. The reason this feels wrong is because the brain confuses what is likely over a long period with what must happen in a short one. Over thousands of flips, the results usually become balanced. Over a handful of flips, almost anything can happen. Your mind struggles to separate those two ideas. This same limitation appears everywhere in daily life. Imagine a basketball player making several successful shots in a row. People begin saying they have a hot hand. They believe the next shot is more likely to go in because the player has momentum. Sometimes confidence really does improve performance. But many streaks happen simply because random variation naturally creates clusters. The brain sees a pattern. Reality may only contain chance. The same thing happens with weather. A few rainy days arrive together, and people start saying it always rains after a certain event. A stock market rises for several weeks, and investors begin believing the trend will continue forever. Someone experiences several unlucky moments close together and starts believing they are cursed. The human brain dislikes coincidence. It wants causes. It wants stories. It wants explanations. This becomes especially dangerous because randomness often creates convincing illusions. Imagine 1,000 people making random predictions about the future. By pure chance, some of them will correctly predict several events in a row. To an outside observer, those successful predictions may look like proof of extraordinary ability. But sometimes they are simply the natural outcome of probability. Given enough opportunities, unlikely events eventually become likely. Your brain rarely thinks this way. It focuses on the surprising result instead of the enormous number of ordinary events surrounding it. This is why miracles, lucky streaks, and unbelievable coincidences often feel much more mysterious than they actually are. The event itself may be incredibly unlikely, but in a world filled with billions of people experiencing billions of moments every day, unlikely events happen far more often than intuition suggests. The fascinating part is that even highly intelligent people struggle with randomness. This is not because they cannot understand mathematics. It is because the human brain evolved for survival, not for probability. Our ancestors did not need to calculate statistical distributions. They needed to react quickly. That survival system still shapes how we think today. Instead of accepting randomness, the brain automatically begins building narratives. It asks who caused this. It asks what it means. It asks what hidden rule explains the event. Sometimes those questions lead to important discoveries. Other times, they lead to false beliefs. This is why scientists rely on repeated experiments instead of single surprising results. One unusual outcome proves very little. Only consistent evidence can separate genuine patterns from random chance. Science forces the brain to resist one of its strongest instincts, the instinct to explain everything immediately. Perhaps the strangest part is that randomness feels uncomfortable because it reminds us that not everything is predictable. The brain prefers a world where every effect has a visible cause and every outcome follows a clear rule. Reality is not always that neat. Sometimes remarkable things happen without hidden meaning. Sometimes long streaks occur simply because probability allows them. Sometimes coincidence is only coincidence. Perhaps the strangest limit of human intelligence is that the same brain capable of discovering the laws of the universe still struggles to accept one of those laws. True randomness does not have to look balanced. It does not have to look fair. It does not have to make intuitive sense. And the harder your brain searches for a hidden pattern inside pure chance, the more likely it is to create one that was never there in the first place. Your sense of time is surprisingly easy to distort. Think back to the longest 5 minutes of your life. Maybe you were waiting for exam results, sitting outside an operating room, watching your phone after sending an important message. Those few minutes felt endless. Every second seemed to crawl forward as if time itself had slowed down. Now think about the opposite. Have you ever looked at the clock after spending time with close friends or working on something you truly enjoyed, only to realize that 3 hours had disappeared without you noticing? The clock measured both moments perfectly. Your brain did not. This reveals one of the strangest limits of human intelligence. Your experience of time is not created by the clock on the wall. It is created by your brain. And that internal clock is surprisingly easy to distort. The same 60 seconds can feel painfully long in one situation and unbelievably short in another. Time itself stays constant. Your mind changes. Most people think of time as something they simply observe. They believe the brain measures it like a stopwatch, accurately counting every passing second. But your brain does something very different. It builds the feeling of time using attention, emotion, memory, and expectation. In other words, time is something your brain experiences, not something it directly senses. Imagine standing in a long line with nothing to do. No conversation, no music, no phone. You begin noticing every small movement, every person ahead of you, every glance at the clock. Because your attention has nowhere else to go, your brain becomes highly aware of the passing seconds. Time suddenly feels slow. Now imagine reading an exciting novel. You become completely absorbed in the story. Your attention is focused on the characters, the mystery, and the emotions. Hours pass before you even think about looking at the clock. The amount of time did not change. Your attention did. Attention acts like the brain's time magnifier. The more attention you give to time itself, the slower it seems to move. The less attention you give it, the faster it appears to disappear. This is why boredom feels so uncomfortable. When nothing captures your attention, your brain begins monitoring the passage of time itself. Every minute becomes noticeable. Every delay feels longer than it actually is. The opposite happens during deep focus. Psychologists often describe a mental state called flow. This happens when a task perfectly matches your abilities. It is challenging enough to keep you engaged, but not so difficult that it becomes frustrating. During flow, your awareness of time often fades almost completely. You stop counting minutes. You simply experience the activity. Then you look up and wonder where the afternoon went. Emotions can distort time even more dramatically. Think about a frightening moment. Maybe you slipped while walking, narrowly avoided a car, or experienced some other sudden danger. Many people report that everything seemed to happen in slow motion. It feels as though the brain somehow stretched time. What is actually happening is even more fascinating. During intense situations, the brain becomes extremely alert. It rapidly collects far more information than usual, because survival may depend on noticing tiny details. Later, when you remember the event, the large amount of stored information makes the experience feel much longer than it really was. Your brain did not slow time. It created a richer memory. And richer memories often feel longer. Memory itself has a surprising effect on how we judge time. Imagine taking the exact same route to work every day for an entire year. Eventually, the journey becomes automatic. You hardly notice the trip because nothing new happens. Now imagine spending one day exploring a city you have never visited before. Every street is unfamiliar. Every building captures your attention. Every moment feels new. When you look back later, the ordinary commute feels like it disappeared from memory, while the single day exploring the city feels surprisingly long and detailed. The interesting part is that while you were living those experiences, the opposite may have felt true. The exciting day seemed to pass quickly, while the repetitive routine felt slower. Your brain judges time differently while you are experiencing it and while you are remembering it. Novel experiences create richer memories. Richer memories make periods of life seem longer afterward. This is one reason childhood often feels so much longer than adulthood. As children, almost everything is new. New places, new friends, new skills, new discoveries. The brain stores enormous amounts of fresh information. As adults, routines become more common. Days begin resembling each other. Because fewer unique memories are created, entire months or even years can seem to disappear surprisingly quickly when looking back. The clock has not accelerated. The brain has become more efficient. Stress creates another strange distortion. When people are anxious, they often feel as though unpleasant moments last forever. Waiting for important news, sitting through an uncomfortable conversation, or anticipating something frightening can make time feel painfully stretched. This happens because anxious minds constantly monitor the future. The brain keeps asking, "When will this end?" That constant attention makes every moment feel heavier. The fascinating part is that your internal clock is constantly being adjusted without your awareness. Sleep, age, emotions, attention, novelty, and even body temperature can subtly change how quickly time seems to move. You experience these changes every day. But because they happen inside your own mind, they feel like changes in reality itself. Perhaps the strangest limit of human intelligence is that one of the most basic parts of reality is not experienced objectively at all. The seconds on the clock never speed up. They never slow down. But your brain can stretch them, compress them, and reshape them so convincingly that the passage of time itself feels completely different. The life you remember is not measured only by how much time passed. It is measured by how your mind experienced that time. And sometimes the richest moments last only a few minutes, while entire years quietly disappear without your brain ever noticing how fast they were gone. Even geniuses can't escape cognitive biases. Imagine sitting across from one of the smartest people who has ever lived. A brilliant scientist, a legendary inventor, someone capable of solving problems that seem impossible to everyone else. You ask them a difficult question, expecting a perfectly logical answer, because their intelligence is extraordinary. But then they make a mistake. Not because they lack knowledge, not because they failed to think, but because their own brain quietly pushed them toward the wrong conclusion. This reveals one of the strangest limits of human intelligence. No matter how intelligent a person becomes, they can never completely escape cognitive biases. These are invisible shortcuts the brain uses to make decisions quickly. Most of the time they are helpful, but sometimes they quietly distort reality without us ever realizing it. People often imagine intelligence as a shield against mistakes. If someone has a high intelligence level, they assume that person sees the world more accurately than everyone else. But intelligence and objectivity are not the same thing. A powerful mind can still be fooled by the way the human brain naturally processes information. Think about optical illusions. Even after someone explains exactly how the illusion works, your eyes continue seeing it the same way. Knowing the truth does not automatically change what your brain experiences. Cognitive biases work in a similar way. Even when you understand them, your brain continues producing them because they are built into the way humans think. Imagine reading an article that perfectly matches everything you already believe. It feels convincing almost immediately. The arguments seem logical. The evidence feels strong. Now imagine reading another article that challenges your beliefs. Suddenly you become more critical. You look for flaws. You question every detail. The information did not change. Your brain changed how carefully it evaluated it. This is called confirmation bias. Humans naturally pay more attention to information that supports what they already believe, while becoming more skeptical of information that challenges those beliefs. The strange part is that intelligent people are not immune. Sometimes they become even better at defending incorrect beliefs because they have stronger reasoning abilities. Instead of using intelligence to search for truth, the brain quietly uses intelligence to protect existing opinions. A smarter mind can create more sophisticated arguments. It does not always create more accurate ones. This is why history is filled with brilliant people who believed ideas that later proved completely wrong. They were not foolish. They were human. Another powerful bias is overconfidence. The more successful someone becomes, the easier it is to believe they are right about everything. Past victories create confidence, and confidence can slowly turn into certainty. But certainty is dangerous. Because the moment you stop questioning yourself, you also stop noticing your mistakes. This happens in every field. Successful investors sometimes believe they can predict every market movement. Experienced doctors can occasionally overlook uncommon diagnoses because they become too confident in familiar explanations. Talented leaders may ignore important advice because they trust their own judgment too much. The problem is not intelligence. The problem is that the brain mistakes confidence for accuracy. There is another fascinating bias called anchoring. Imagine someone asks whether the tallest tree in the world is taller or shorter than 500 feet. Then they ask you to estimate its actual height. Without realizing it, your estimate is influenced by the first number you heard. Now imagine they had started with 200 feet instead. Your estimate would probably be different. The first number becomes a mental anchor, even when it has no logical connection to the correct answer. Your brain cannot completely ignore it. This happens during negotiations, shopping, and everyday conversations. The first price you hear influences what feels expensive or cheap. The first opinion you hear influences how you evaluate later information. The brain is constantly using reference points, even when those reference points are arbitrary. One of the most surprising biases is hindsight bias. After something happens, people often believe they knew it all along. A company succeeds. Someone says they always knew it would. A sports team wins. Fans claim the outcome was obvious. A major event changes history. People begin believing the signs were always clear. But before the event happened, the future was filled with uncertainty. The brain quietly edits the past to make the outcome seem more predictable than it actually was. This creates the comforting illusion that the world is easier to understand than it really is. Perhaps the most dangerous part of cognitive biases is that they rarely feel like mistakes. When your calculator gives the wrong answer, you notice. When your brain creates a biased conclusion, it usually feels completely correct. That is what makes these mental shortcuts so powerful. You cannot simply decide to stop having them. Instead, you have to build habits that help reduce their influence. Scientists repeat experiments. Judges examine evidence from multiple perspectives. Engineers test their assumptions. Great thinkers actively search for information that proves them wrong, not because they distrust intelligence, because they understand its limits. The fascinating truth is that intelligence often creates an illusion of safety. People believe that becoming smarter automatically means becoming more objective. But intelligence is like a faster engine. If the steering is biased, the vehicle can still travel in the wrong direction. Sometimes it simply reaches the wrong destination more quickly. The wisest people are often not the ones who believe they cannot be fooled. They are the ones who constantly assume they might be. They question their own conclusions. They welcome criticism. They remain curious even when they feel certain. Perhaps the strangest limit of human intelligence is that no amount of knowledge can completely remove the invisible shortcuts built into the human mind. Even the greatest genius still carries the same ancient brain, shaped by survival, emotion, and instinct. The difference is not whether biases exist. The difference is whether you recognize that they are quietly influencing you every single day. Because the moment you believe your mind is completely objective may be the exact moment your biases have gained the strongest control. There are problems the human brain may never be able to understand. Imagine giving a dog a calculus textbook. The dog can see the pages. It can smell the paper. It can even memorize every symbol if somehow trained to do so. But no matter how much time passes, the ideas inside that book will never become meaningful. The limitation is not effort. It is not motivation. It is not practice. The dog's brain simply was not built to understand that kind of problem. Now ask yourself a far more uncomfortable question. What if humans are in exactly the same position when it comes to certain mysteries of the universe? What if there are truths that exist all around us, but our brains are simply not designed to understand them? This may be the most humbling limit of human intelligence. We often assume that with enough time, enough technology, and enough brilliant minds, every mystery will eventually be solved. But intelligence has limits, and those limits may not only be about how much we know, they may also be about what our brains are fundamentally capable of knowing. This idea feels almost impossible to accept. After all, humans have achieved extraordinary things. We learned how planets move. We unlocked the structure of DNA. We built computers capable of billions of calculations every second. We landed machines on distant worlds. Every century seems to prove that nothing is beyond human understanding. But history also teaches another lesson. Every answer uncovers even bigger questions. Think about consciousness. Right now, billions of neurons inside your brain are producing thoughts, emotions, memories, and the experience of being you. Scientists understand many pieces of how the brain works. They know how neurons communicate. They know which regions become active during different tasks. Yet one enormous mystery remains. Why does all of that physical activity create subjective experience? Why does electrical activity inside the brain feel like something from the inside? No one has a complete answer. Or think about the universe itself. Astronomers can measure the movement of galaxies with incredible precision. They can observe light that has traveled for billions of years. They can calculate the age of the observable universe. Yet most of the universe appears to consist of dark matter and dark energy, mysterious components that we cannot directly see and still do not fully understand. The more we discover, the more we realize how much remains hidden. This pattern appears again and again. Every breakthrough expands the boundary of the unknown instead of eliminating it. The brain naturally assumes that every mystery is simply a puzzle waiting for enough intelligence. But what if some puzzles require abilities the human mind does not possess? Imagine trying to explain three-dimensional space to a creature that can only perceive two dimensions. No matter how carefully you describe height, the creature would keep translating everything into length and width, because those are the only concepts available to its mind. The limitation would not come from laziness. It would come from the architecture of its brain. Humans may face similar boundaries without realizing it. Our brains evolved to solve practical survival problems, finding food, avoiding danger, recognizing faces, building relationships, predicting the behavior of other humans. Evolution did not optimize the human mind to understand the deepest structure of reality. It optimized us to stay alive long enough to have children. The fact that we can study quantum physics at all is already extraordinary. But there is no guarantee evolution gave us the mental tools needed to understand every layer of existence. Think about how difficult it already is to imagine infinity. You can say the word. You can use mathematical symbols. But can you truly picture something with no end? Or imagine a beginning without any time before it? Or picture nothing existing at all? The moment you try, your brain keeps pulling the idea back into familiar experiences because it has no direct way to represent concepts so far outside everyday life. Language helps. Mathematics helps. Technology helps. But they may still be extensions of a brain with fundamental limits. This does not mean humans should stop asking difficult questions. Quite the opposite. Our greatest discoveries have come from questioning what once seemed impossible. The important lesson is humility. History is filled with moments when people believed they had nearly figured everything out, only to discover an entirely new layer of complexity waiting beyond the horizon. Perhaps the same thing will happen forever. Perhaps every answer simply opens another door. The fascinating part is that recognizing these limits is itself a sign of intelligence. The brain becomes wiser when it understands that certainty has boundaries. Great scientists often speak with caution, not because they know less, but because they understand how enormous the unknown truly is. Confidence says we already have the answers. Curiosity says there are still questions we have not even learned to ask. Perhaps somewhere in the universe there are patterns humans cannot detect, dimensions we cannot perceive, or principles our brains cannot naturally represent. Not because they are magical, but because our minds were never designed to grasp them. Perhaps the strangest limit of human intelligence is not that we still have unanswered questions. It is that some questions may forever exist beyond the reach of the very organ trying to answer them. Just as a dog can never truly understand calculus, humanity may spend its entire existence standing in front of certain mysteries without ever possessing the mental architecture required to step through them. And if that is true, then the greatest achievement of intelligence may not be knowing everything. It may be having the courage to keep searching, even while accepting that some parts of reality could remain forever beyond the limits of the human mind.